Nintendo has made some dark-ish and depressing-ish stuff in the past, but let me tell you that new Kirby, neither dark nor depressing. All right. Now, unlike Kirby, you know it is dark and depressing? This here video games. Let's play some Dwarf for it. We are going to jump back into here. God, I've got so many saves in this world. I mean, Kirby is like the creature that will devour all universes. Oh yeah, chat, say hi, YouTube. Kirby is the creature that will devour all universes and, you know, bring death to the universe eventually, inevitably, naturally, because that's what Kirby does. But like, that game's not dark. Come on. Come on. So, I think there's a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast in this cavern layer that has direct access to my fortress. Not sure where. I think that's where we left off, right? Oh yeah, oh no. But we do have a bunch of cave swallow people over here. Did they kill it? Okay, so I think that there was... Oh yeah, Kagenara. We'll see when we see you, dude. As you fall out into the world of YouTube. Okay, so correction. There was a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast in this area, and then they left. I think. I hope so. Man, that would be awkward, wouldn't it? But regardless, there's because there's this thing's ash, but I can't remember if it was that thing's ash or not. Hold on. Let's go to the dead and missing tab. Maybe. Okay, there was a... Oh, maybe it was Tuxul, the one that's like right behind my camera right here. I think it was this one. I think it was that one, but I could be wrong. So I need to keep very close, careful eye out for Forgotten Beasts. Also, we've got cave swallow people spawning on this map, which is going to be fun to deal with. So, as previous, this is, well, exclamation point goal in the chat if you want to see the goal for this particular fort. Kirby is basically an eldritch god of gluttony, but he's so cute it doesn't matter. Yes. No, he consumes and becomes everything that he eats. Anyway, so this, speaking of consuming, we're trying to consume as much of the caverns as possible. See, I brought it back around. It's a third cavern layer open fortress, which means at all times, regardless of what I do, there needs to be a door that the baddies have access, or anything that shows up on this cavern layer has access to, directly leading into my fortress. I haven't asked chat about traps or anything, if I'm allowed to build like contraptions to deal with things that are coming into the fortress, but long story short, this door leads into my fort. Anything that is on this cavern layer, which is the lower cavern layer, which also just straight up has a big old hole that goes up to this cavern layer somewhere. Is it over here? Yeah, here it is. I think. Yes. So, which also has a direct line from the cavern layer above, up here, straight down into my fort. So, anything that flies can fly in from this upper layer. And also, this upper layer up here, I think, isn't the layer that the... Yeah, no, so one layer up is where the cave swallow people are spawning. So the cave swallow people won't be flying in. But if anything starts to show up on this cavern layer, then they can fly directly down into the fortress. And anything down in this lower layer can just walk into the fortress via here. So a lot of danger in these caves, which is why it's called Danger Caves. Everything is open, and there will be blood. Trap should be fine. We'll have to build something for this layer. Although, at the same time, you know, in the very center of this fortress is this wonderful collection of gems, which obviously we shouldn't be wasting too much of. So I will be slowly trimming back at this. And if we go down just a little bit, go down, to anybody who knows how this game works mechanically, we are in the process down here of trying to mine through this existence area, this area right here. There is this Pexy tortoise monster who I think I'm going to try and fight pretty soon. And by try and fight, I mean tell the dwarves to mine through this with all my soldiers down here. I do have 2 squads. One of them just has 1 dwarf, and one of them has 9 dwarves. So I think once we have 2 fully legendary squads, we're going to try and let this guy out so I can finish mining out the rest of this layer. But what we're attempting to do with this construction here is if I can cut off all of the adamantine on this lower layer, then we can go up and largely, with the exception of like monsters and demons and whatnot, can largely safely mine through all of the adamantine that's above it. So I don't know if there's adamantine all the way up here or if there's adamantine up here, but if there isn't a portal here, then there won't be ones beneath there. The nearest one will be beneath it, not above it. So meaning I can dig reverse up through this layer much easier and safer. All I got to do is toss Moogie in a pick. Here's the thing, right? Moogie, well, still alive, I assume. That would be awkward if Moogie was dead now. Is Moogie still alive? Okay, you know, let's just run through who's still alive. Aegis, Arcnine, Bananacint, Claiborne, Captain Aramis, Casual Elephant, Korn, Deadly Alwyn, Freehold Boreas, Geek2 Games, Integer the Second, Minifem, Naro, Neil, QN Green Tea, Pandasaurus Rex, Nono Delino, Reichlu, Saber, Stellanitis, okay, Moogie is still alive. Suited Giraffe, and that's everybody. So yeah, no, Moogie, can you walk? Okay, he does have sensory nerve damage. How have I been? I'm all right. Diamond, or not Diamond, Dragon, and yourself? You should put a block stockpile near it to make building walls in a hurry a little easier. Wait, like near the adamantine spire? Or like, because all of my blocks are literally just sitting here. Because I just usually leave them where I need them. I mean, here's the thing. If I was worried about building walls near it, what I would actually, or rather, if I wanted the creatures to not escape, I would literally just lock this door and then also build a wall here with doors in front of it so I could just lock them in. If I actually, like, if I suddenly dug too deep and released a bunch of critters, I would just lock the doors. Yeah. So sometime in the next 10 to 15 minutes, I will be turning on the dwarf name requests. But for today, I think what we're going to be doing is drinks are good, seeds are good, that's good. What does the mountain home want? Oh. Well, I guess we didn't get to trade with them last year. We are at war with Nagizbo Zula, the Dread of Moons. We're also at war with the Carnivorous Confederacies, a human civilization. The elves are fine with us, currently. We're also currently at peace with an unnamed Cave Swallowman civilization. Tome and Alona Plus, good stuff. Supposedly, Alona Plus guy is making a new game. What are you doing? Just an injured dwarf that nobody can get to? I think we should rescue you. What do you think? I think we should help this dwarf get out of here. Wouldn't it have been great if there was just like a monster behind that? Oh boy. Injured dwarf? Yeah, no kidding. All right, well, let's get you up into the hospital. We also need to make a better hospital. And we've been slowly building out stuff. Like I built this, the Die of Guilds, and then right above that, we also built this, which is the Season of Buds. And then just north here, there's this, a strange mood on a jeweler. We've got this lovely tavern with bedrooms all the way around. And right above the lovely tavern is this lovely library, which desperately could use some tables. But let's see, what do I even have for tables currently? Obsidian tables? I will gladly take those. Let's also throw in some thrones. All right, let's follow that gem cutter, shall we? Unib. Athmel Muthor. Muther? Muther? Unib ring column. That one has the aspect of one Fae. And is grabbing gems after claiming a jeweler's workshop. And it also appears that that makes sense as to why we don't have trade agreements with these guys, because we're currently trading with them. Apparently. Still gonna follow that gem cutter, though. You once had a steam specter appear and your dwarf just one-shot it with a copper pick. Anything made of snow, steam, or water generally just falls apart when you touch it. That's how I had, like, a 2-year-old punch a demon to death once, is because it was a specter of steam. Ah, I see. You've begun your mysterious construction. Works furiously. What is it? Rough praises? Okay, it's going to be a perfect gem or something. All right, well, okay, so my broker is currently setting a bone. Well, I'm going to assume that that is more important, probably, setting the bone of Saigon than trading. As much as I respect the fact that you're currently supposed to be trading, I do acknowledge that it's probably better for you to be setting bones and diagnosing patients instead. We did just have a little cave-in. Freehold Boreas, thanks for being the MVP of today and gifting yet another sub to I Ate Your Lobsters. I didn't, but they did probably. I'm hearing dings. That's not good. Something has collapsed on the surface. I beg your pardon? Oh, right. Yeah, don't mind this. I forgot to mention that. So stuff's just kind of burning. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's fine. It's fine. Yes, there's stuff burning on the surface, but it's fine. I'm just going to, like, quadruple check that whatever was on the surface is dead, because I think it's dead. Now I'm, like, actually questioning, is it dead? No, it's dead, because the rest are all down here. Whatever we release, because, all right, because we released the Forgotten Beast up there. Right. That was definitely something that I did. It's been a couple days since I played this fort. I thought that this was all done burning. I don't know what set the fire again, but maybe its body? Where is its body?
No need for celebratory fire just because I'm here, Kappa.
No, there's always reason for celebratory fire. This is Dwarf Fort. Anyway, we'll just let him continue that. How are you doing, Merlin Buff? Thank you for the 4th month. Welcome back. It's okay. We're very deep underground, and the fire is very much up on the surface. As long as dwarves aren't currently burning to death, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's fine. Totally fine. However, this intricate Screaming Mouths high boot and Frosty Metal crossbow and Frosty Metal bolts are going to get melted down now. So now that they're hopefully all set to be melted. Okay, well the intricate ones can't be melted. But those bolts apparently can. And so can that crossbow. All right, well, apparently I just caved something in right here. I have no idea how. But it injured a couple of dwarves. And made a bunch more unconscious. Why spears against hammers? Up. Pointy. Stab. Tall thing. Spear good against tall thing. We checked for heat. What devilry is this? Water, not heat. What in the... Is stuff caving in from up above? Like, actually. Anyway, there's a dead dwarf on the ground now. Seriously, like, where did that cave in from? This is why you constantly build supports. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea, but... No, I should just be channeling up is what I should be doing, apparently. Because that's normally what I do, is I channel up, but... That shouldn't be caving in anything, though. Guess, like, all the way up there, maybe. Okay, well... Unib, the jeweler, has created Ustuth Tosid, a praise ring, and offers it to the mean, angry abyss of beer. As I said in the last stream, though, you have to break some dwarves to make a fortress, right? This is a praise ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with table-cut praises. Praises? Praises. I don't actually know how you're supposed to pronounce those. 1,800 dwarf bucks is the value. And let's see, is this dwarf getting put into a tomb? I'm assuming getting put into a tomb? Please tell me you're getting put into a tomb. I mean, I don't see body anymore. More things have collapsed on surface. Fun. Mean, angry abyss of beer. Yes. What, your stepdad? No, that's just the name of this faction group. I just attached a bunch of words together that were amusing. And it amused both me and chat, so we went with it. And I said what you generally say when you're naming something silly. Ship it! And we did. We're going to be hearing that a lot for a little bit. That little blipping sound. We're going to be hearing that quite a bit for quite some time. It shouldn't cave anything in. Watch it cave something in and kill somebody. This is fine. I mean, it is totally fine. Nothing bad is happening right now. Except for my decisions of where to mine, apparently. Apparently that's bad, but everything else is fine. There was nothing there to cave in. Like, actually, nothing could have caved in there. Huh? I'm very confused by this. Well, anyway, Pandasaurus Rex just died. There was not a pillar. Actually, there is that. Okay, no, you're right. There is pillars there that are too tall. Okay, so I need to channel that up first. Is there one there? No, there isn't. Because I went up here and I, like, channeled down all this stuff. Apparently, I missed, like, 3. But I thought that I'd already channeled down the... Because I literally spent most of yesterday, like, on this layer channeling stuff down. Hello, baby Blueford. Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways. Like I said earlier, that's unfortunate. What's up, Cormacker? Saigon, the Tanner's been found dead as well. Stuff's, you know, doing what it does. You know, mining accidents are sad, but unfortunately they're part of Dwarven society. That's why you simply make many coffins. It's also kind of sad that the surface is burning, but whatever. Only 3 dead? I don't know, that's pretty bad. I'm just making sure that that's just like something's collapsed on the surface, you know? Gun. Okay, we still have some open tombs as well. All right, let's see if I can trade. think that my trading depot is right there. There it is. Okay, so instead of trading, my broker is meditating on mountains. Dude, that's not very useful at this exact moment. I hate to break it to you. Not the most useful thing you could currently be doing. Like, seriously, there are significantly more useful things that you could currently be doing, like, you know, trading. I realize that you're pretty busy, like, immobilizing broken bones and such, but... Blood Odin, what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm, like, 98% certain you don't currently have one. Let's just double check, though. Yeah, no, you don't. What kind of dwarf would you like? And if you need to see the list, let me know. You know the rules. Something that's not currently burning, I would think. Not everything is about productivity. Uh-huh. Hello, Dexter Gold. I mean... You know, Dexter, this is fine. That's all I have to say. This is totally fine. I totally forgot that the surface was burning in this fort. All right, well, we're going to buy all of these bars. All these silver, bronze, and steel and copper bars. I think that's pretty much it. I think literally just that. Don't need a duck. I'll buy the barrels. Because why not? Buy that warhammer. Because why not? Buy an iron shield. Because why not? Buy the bags. Because why not? Steel anvil. Because sure. Some meat. Some fish. Fancy leaves and fruits. Any free military dwarves? Why are you not letting... Can I not? Oh, apparently you can't open that screen from within there. I think so. And we'll trade. Yes, there's plenty of free military dwarves. Who do you want? I got a few in there. Although some of them are named, like Nil there is raid. Named already. But who do you want? Cole. You picked the angry one? Okay. Some migrants have arrived despite the burning. Please tell me they didn't arrive on the bad side of the burning. Hold on. They arrived on the bad side of the burning. Okay, sweet. Never mind. They do have a direct route into the fort, so we are kind of okay. Blood Odin. And then Sword. Blah, blah, blah. Blood Odin. She is in a constant state of internal rage after a strengthening after seeing a Minotaur die. She has a relentless drive completely consumed by ambition. She lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She often feels envious of others, and she sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and she likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. She is slow to trust others, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she occasionally overindulges. She enjoys the company of others, and her hands are animated when she speaks, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. She is a hardened individual. She personally values peace over war and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important and dreams of attaining a rank in society. She likes gabbro, copper, dendric agate, cotton fabric, giant capybara, parchment, toy axes, and the words of the page of aquamarine, and the sound of the phrase of lathering, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies, and when possible prefers to consume tomato, wine, and hates oysters. Description-wise, her hair is clean-shaven, her ears have nearly fused lobes, and her rust eyes are slightly rounded, and her slightly hooked, and her nose is slightly hooked, and her nose bridge is slightly convex, and her hair is cinnamon, and her skin is pale brown. You killed a minotaur, a goblin, and a human in Wave Tempest before you got here. And something on the surface collapsed, I think. Just a thought. Possible. When you say V8, do you mean like V8 the beverage? Or do you mean V8 as in motors? Because that could go either way. I'm going to hack down some more Bloodthorn. Bang. You could be a, like, I don't know if there's wasp people. But no, I mean, theoretically, if a faction has domesticated giant bugs, you could ride around on a giant bug. But you can't play as a giant bug. You'd need to be with a group that domesticated them, and I'm not certain that they're domesticatable. So it's not quite as simple as, like, I just want to be this thing. You have to play as sentient creatures. And I don't think giant bees are tameable. Not too dissimilar to, like, giant... Well, actually, I don't know. Are giant flies tameable? I was going to say, just like giant flies, but no, I'm sitting here going, like, wait, are those tameable? Because I don't actually know if they are. Oh, totally. Moreb. But in the context of just like out of the box vanilla, no, you can't do that. I think I kind of want to get this lava out of here. All right, well, we've got a few jobs being set to happen here. It's just a matter of getting one done at a time. Let's also just make sure that I've got dwarves that can do mining stuff. A lot of them are injured, which is kind of suboptimal because I'm pretty quick to just like injure dwarves that are told, hey, guess what? You get to go do this kind of scary job now. Hello, Gobsnack. How are you? Well, I was going to say there are giant flies, and it wouldn't be too difficult to mod a giant fly archetype into being a giant bee, but I digress. You're lonely after being away from family. Why are you so lonely? Go be less lonely. He never feels hatred towards anyone or anything after seeing a warrior of treachery's dead body. What a way to completely change your life, though, there, dude. So warrior of treachery dead, and that completely changed your life. The merchants have headed out on their way. They're off to do the things the dwarves do for the rest of the year. How's this run going so far? Bloody, mostly, I would say. Chat, how would you say this run's been going so far? I'd love to know your thoughts on how this run's been going so far. Let's do a ramp up right there. Because I would say violent. Right now, flat. This is fine is maybe like the term of endearment for this run. All right, there we go. We let the lava out there. Please, no cave, no more people in. Thanks. Should be able to mine all of this out. Should. Jam Jalopy. How's things, dude? As we mine both of these out. Something else is caving in for reasons that I once again still don't understand. I think somebody just caught fire. Nope, just diamonds caught fire. That's fine. Those I can probably pour water on. Oh, somebody was found dead. Speaking of people being found flat. Good time zone, telling Arthur. What's up, Evan OPQ? Been loving watching this fort on YouTube. Still not caught up, but you wanted to say hi. The recent videos have been great. Well, hell yeah. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed the recent stuff. Okay, that's actually in a really convenient spot. 'Cause there's a diamond right there burning. So I'm going to jump over here. We're going to go to Pit Pond. And I'm going to set it to Is Pond. And they will dump buckets of water on that. That or we'll have fire burning for a while. Your body is thanking you? Hell yeah, dude. New jobs is always good. I detect the Jorbs sub. Jorbs is good people. Let's mine that out too. Like I'm getting weird, mysterious cave-ins from flooring that doesn't exist is kind of what it feels like right now. Like genuinely, that's kind of what it feels like. Like there's layers that don't exist and stuff's caving in. All right, well that upper layer is getting removed now, so I'll be able to bring this down a little bit more. You had to rule out a few jobs for being sketchy about their application process? What made their application process sketchy? Mostly just curious because like the last time I actually applied for a job was a very long time ago. I applied for like a small handful of industry jobs, like games industry stuff, but none of those ever went anywhere, so. I'll do this as well. Okay, there's also red diamonds burning down there, meaning I can disable this water bucket dumping zone. And because we have another zone that has burning gems in it, I can make this into a pit pond and set it to pond. Because there's an open space down there with a... How are you caving? There's nothing for you to cave in. Like, legitimately, there was nothing there. I'm just getting phantom cave-ins now. I'm convinced. Because there was nothing there to cave in. Like, I checked. That is whack. It's these areas I keep ending up with that are just, air quotes, open space, but then they cave in anyway. It's kind of annoying. And it's kind of, what's your childhood dream job, if I can ask? Sign here to agree complete to company searches of company property, personal property, and person's refusal to do so will result in termination or insubordination. That's a bit personal. I don't know if that's sketchy due to a hiring process, but that is sketchy. I will agree with that. Fun indeed, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. So what are you doing? Taking tickets at entry or like that kind of thing? I feel like that's one of those things that could be a dream job if you like the people that you work with, or it could be absolute hell. To be fair, this kind of is my dream job. So, some of us get lucky. How long have I been playing Dwarf Fort? Since about 2009. Okay, this one I can get rid of. The dwarf coming to fill pond. Is a dwarf coming to fill a pond? No. Unless I scrolled past it, which maybe it did. They're making an obsidian table. Well, that's something. A lot of dwarves are socializing. They're very interested in this story. What is this? The dwarf Lorban became the bookkeeper of the Angry Abyss of Beer. Oh, okay. They're telling local fortress history. Well, that's lovely. Current, all recent history is just so-and-so died due to a cave-in. So-and-so also died due to a cave-in. Unfortunately, during the construction of this thing, so-and-so also died due to a cave-in. There was no reason for that kind of language? Okay, so it's not like you're working in government security or anything. I mean, I've met some people that do like security and tech stuff in the U.S. government, and they all have stuff like that. But fuck it, I don't want to waste metal. How to keep them happy? By giving them what they want. Every dwarf has things that they want. There are some ways to gimmick this, but every dwarf needs a couple different types of beer, a couple different types of food, a bedroom, a temple to a god that they like, a temple to just generic god, a space to socialize, and ample access to food and meals, right? And it's just up to you to provide that. I think that a lot of jobs have become more intrusive. You know, like even the thing that largely pushed me away from working in fast food, Telenartho, was because they wanted me to install an app. Like that there was several different things that broke the camel's back in that gig all around the same time, but some of the early ones were literally just like, yo, we want you to install an app, and yes, this app needs access to your contacts, so that contacts and text messages, so that we can send you texts and make sure you're not talking shit about the company. And it's like, you're a fucking fast food chain. You don't need that information about me. I don't care who you are. Do not need that information. He recently threw a goblin damned one into a lava pit for the crime of espionage, and the guy managed to climb back out. Yep. Yeah, no, rough walls are easy to climb. Anybody with any kind of climbing skill can climb them. This was like before people said W-Y-D in a sentence. Oh, that's a water source, not a pit pond. Buttons are right next to each other. But yeah, I realize that advice that like you're asking for might be a bit generic, but Dwarf Fortress is very much a game about just kind of experimenting and failing and then figuring out your own kind of setups. For me, it's just I have a sort of just set of things that I build eventually, and it's just kind of one of everything. And that's all dwarves really need. Like, they're not actually that picky, and they're not actually that demanding, and they're not actually that pissy. They just, you know, they need variety of alcohol. They need a variety of space to sleep. They need a personal space to sleep, and they need a place to put their stuff. And they need stuff. Fucking around and finding out is your playstyle. It's a valid playstyle. So it's like what to do once you have a fortress filled with dwarves. Especially if you're bored, go start a new fortress in the same world. Nickname a bunch of your dwarves, and then they'll show up in the next fort. Like, there's always stuff to do. It's just a matter of, you know, selecting it and doing it at that point. I need to memorialize that dwarf before they come back as a ghost. Nobody filling pond with water. Okay, somebody is filling pond. Boo's hammer is still kicking, still a vampire, and moved to this fort. Trust me, it's not impossible. Trust me, it's not impossible. But congratulations, you've discovered like the actual gameplay of Dwarf Fortress beyond the point of, what do all of these mechanics do, right? Because early game Dwarf Fort is, wow, there's a lot of mechanics in this. There's a lot of things happening. How do I keep everybody happy? Mid-late game is, oh, now I'm at the point where there's a lot of things happening, but also I'm starting to figure out how to actually make everybody happy and have a few things for everybody so that the dwarves stay satisfied. And yes, it is achievable. Yes, you can do it. It might seem impossible, and there are points where it will be impossible in a given fort, where things just get out of hand and you're unable to catch back up once things get out of hand, but that's where the term losing is fun comes from, right? You go start a new fort in the same world, you get some of the same dwarves, you get to go do it again. Rinse, repeat, rinse, repeat. I mean, like, this fort maybe not currently, but, like, the fort that I had before this one literally fell into chaos, so I drowned everybody. Was it my fault? Yeah, largely. Did I have fun doing it? Oh, yeah. It's not always about, like, getting everything perfectly managed. And some dwarves are just broken and you'll never be able to fix them. It's just, you know, it's also one of the reasons I think that, like, people get so attached to their dwarves in this game is because, like, some of them are just broken and they're not fixable, and that's a very human thing. It's very real. And I think people find that endearing. Yeah, that's another thing, right? Like, you'll always have stuff that you'll be like, I learn things frequently. Granted, I learn things now because things change from version to version a lot of the time. Like, I learned recently that, oh, in order to deconstruct buildings now you need a pickaxe. That was never the case before. This version of the game is the first version of the game that you've actually needed, like, a pickaxe. Okay, so we've got that fire put out. Now I can turn these off. So, like, yeah, no, I'm still learning stuff. Rune Raised Choke, hello. Squad's still named after you, even though your dwarf died. Okay, well, now we just got to dump water into this, so. Turns out there's still more things that need to be pondified. We're going to have to ponder this pit to put out this fire. Nothing that a waterfall and military duty won't fix. Not entirely sure what you mean by that, but... Right, I might just make this layer into a walkway. Over to here. We gotta get Lorbam memorialized. Lorbam. Also need to make probably 10 slabs or something. Let's just get this fire put out, and then we'll build this into a walkway. We're also going to go through and chip out everything that looks safe-ish in this particular zone. Safe enough, shall we say. Also kind of want to go around the top here and channel out all of these chunks that are just flooring. So if we mine through this and these two, we should be able to do that. Yeah, I mean, it's divisive, right? Some people don't like it. At this point, I would say I'm so used to it, like, I could play them interchangeably. I think there's some advantages to the old key bindings, and I think that this version is largely superior in a lot of ways. Even if I miss, like, the ease of access of just UMQ and, like, the very intelligently laid out, or maybe not intelligently laid out, but the key bindings that I was used to, right? Like, they don't need to be good key bindings for me to be used to them. We've checked that space for heat. Did I just hit something bad, or is that just water? That's just water. That's actually good. We checked this space for heat. What devilry is this? It's mud is what it is. Well, it's getting wet in here. Wow, we actually can see real far down now. It's kind of helpful. Now, if only some of it could flow right there. Although, actually, we do... Okay, hold on. I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to channel through this, because that will release this water and hopefully put out this fire. Like, because that's all I want right now, is I just want this fire to go away. Like, stop burning, please. Freehold Boreas, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Sector Found. Stick a very, very angry dwarf to a waterfall and set it to constantly train. They will be flooded by positive thoughts. Not entirely. I don't think that actually works if they dislike the military. But the waterfall will help, because waterfalls floods them with positive thoughts, and military often floods them with positive thoughts. But I don't think it entirely works that way. It's pretty close to that, but not quite that cut and dry. Okay, there we go. Worked instead. Worked anyway. Need this one to get watered. Let's also go up here. Mine out those 2 floor pieces. Mac Daddy, hello. Good morning. Good day. Happy Tuesday. Yeah, there's certain there's definitely certain types of dwarves where that will 100% absolutely fix them. But that doesn't count for every dwarf. Let's just mine through this. Sort the last of this. I want to get rid of this smoke. Well, we're going to have to do a lot of flooring to get rid of all of this mud that we're about to have. We checked the stone for heat. What devilry is this? Well, there was some heat in there, but that's fine, because it'll hopefully... My God, can we dig that? Can we just go straight? What? Can you not go onto the lava? Water, can you not flow onto the lava? Just go diagonally. Please. There's water everywhere here. Do I need to, like, channel through you or some wizardry? Water. Is it all just evaporating fast enough that it's not flowing in there? You know, that might actually be what's happening here. That's kind of amazing. Not gonna lie, that is kind of amazing. Okay, well, it's almost all gone, the water, or the lava. It is dueling with the existence of the lava, it seems. Well, how about I do this? We channel out this tile, hopefully causing some of the last of this water to flow down here and collide with this and turn it into an obsidian anyway. This is kind of funny to me. It was funny because you were looking for the monsters in the tabs, and then you noticed that they're all just a group of your military. You were looking at monsters stat tabs and noticed that they... Wait, what? I feel like I'm missing the first half of this statement, but... Oh, in your recent fort, you set up and sent your military to a tower, and all of them died. And then you went, they went out swinging. And then 2 days later, they turned into demons or were creatures, and they raided you. Were they like the well, they would say were something or another if they were were creatures, and they would turn back. So they were probably just necromancer experiments. But that's kind of great if it's literally the same members of your military. I mean, not very good for your fortress's well-being, but great for storytelling. All right, let's mine through some of these bits that I know are going to be safe, because I can see behind them. We're going to have to build a bridge up here, basically, I think. and a bridge down, or at the very least a bridge down here, because this lower area down here is gonna be a mess. It's all about the memorable story moments. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why people play Dwarf Fortress, you know, like, it's a little bit silly kind of hearing Tarn's lines of like, your mind is a storytelling engine, and Dwarf Fortress is designed to help it, or whatever the line is, but like, there is truth to that. Your mind, like, as humans, our minds just strive to derive meaning from meaningless events. Man, frame rate just got fantastic. I wonder if that fire just went out. Or if something that was stuck just got unstuck. But hell yeah. Did I die much yesterday? 2 times. Twice. Nice short stream yesterday. Oh yeah, also for those of you who don't know, we've started doing Monday streams. Usually something that's not Dwarf Fort. And much shorter. Kind of like a weekly warm-up. I mean, it was pretty bad like a minute ago. It was 24. I don't know what suddenly changed, but something changed, clearly. Probably just mine around that. Oh, also I can stop dumping buckets of water down there. It's your favorite day? Tuesday? Your birthday? I don't know. What is your favorite day? I feel like there's a punchline in here that I'm missing. Or a reference to something that I'm missing. But that wouldn't be too unusual. No, that was yesterday. Not today. You said it's your favorite day today, implying today is your favorite day. It's also FG's birthday. From a 10-day vacay. How'd the no-dig fort go? It ended in mass hydroplaning? No. What's the opposite of hydroplaning? Like when you're just sinking? I need a fancy word for sinking. It ended with lots of gurgling. This is still the same world, though. Is sinking literally just the opposite of hydroplaning? Well, that's no fun. It ended well. It was entertaining. It was definitely everybody died, but like aside from that, it was great. Was a good way to go. Yeah. Buoyancy failure. Yeah, sure. A failure of buoyancy. It became a liquid holding device. Intentionally. It got a were creature outbreak. We had a crazy zombie with an axe run through the fort and cut a bunch of people after trying to steal an artifact. And as my military was fighting him outside and we'd lost like 30-something dwarves, a were creature attacked, and I was just like, well, screw it. So I just like drained the water reservoir into the fort. Yesterday you discovered quantum stockpiles just because you were reading the wiki about getting better FPS. They don't help with FPS, that's a myth. But they do help with organization. Having less stuff around makes the game running smooth, and you're still testing it. I can tell you for fact, they do not help with FPS anymore. But mass pathing to stockpiles does still hurt your FPS. Having items scattered about doesn't necessarily help your FPS be any better. The problem with the wiki is there's a lot of information from like Dwarf Fortress circa 2012, 2011, 2014 that may have been true back then when it was written, that has been copy pasted and assumed as fact, whereas it's not. So, you know. Sometimes I get offered keys for the strangest thing. It's like, there's no way in hell I'd have interest in that. Why are you even offering? Also, chat room, thank you very much for all the bits and the gift subs early so far today, because you guys are helping me build a little tiny budget, because I sent my mom flowers this morning. Why are there 2 FPS numbers? One is possible FPS, like what your CPU is capable of, and then the other one is what the game is currently outputting. The one that's the bigger number, usually, the one in brackets, is the one that the game is capable of. The one that the game is currently outputting is the one on the left. Because my mom was in hospital last night, so sent my mom flowers. Using Easter as an excuse, but I'm a good dude. I'm, sure. I don't know if I would say that about myself, but I appreciate the compliment nonetheless. How do you get rid of used clothing? When traders arrive, search by X, and assuming you don't have Ibex clothing made of Ibex leather, it should only give you stuff that is slightly degraded that's not owned. Select everything and sell it. That's how I do it. Double stuff that's double X bold or double X and above automatically gets put into refuse stockpiles when it's no longer claimed. Or you can do what Chad already suggested, which is make a stockpile for unusable cloth armor. For unusable cloth and leather. But you are a relatively considerate human. I'm a considerate, nice person, which means the rest of my life is going to be very boring. Really random question, but do you happen to watch Joel? Uh-huh. Thought you heard him say your name. I'd love to know when he said my name. I've been pretty blunt about this for most of my... By the way, this save is going to take forever. I've been pretty blunt about this for forever, but are we talking about merch or subs? Because merch should be on. I haven't checked. But stuff's generally not off. I've lived my entire Twitch career in the shadow of Joel. And that I've been pretty public about that for a while. The reason I've lived my entire Twitch career in the shadow of Joel, I have no idea. There's something going on with the adventurers in this world because it's adventure data that takes forever. And it only is the first time I save when I load up a new copy. And like no other worlds I have this problem. It's just this world. I don't know why. There's something going on in this world somewhere that takes the game a while to think about. Anyway, maybe I should send this world over to Putnam and ask her why. Maybe I'll do that. Anyway, where was I going with this? I've lived my entire streaming career in the shadow of Joel. Like, no matter... Whenever Joel adopts a game and his community decides that it's his, it's usually a game that I've already been streaming for several years. So as an example, the game that built this channel initially was Roller Coaster Tycoon 2. That was the game that I started getting traffic on initially as like a guy with like sub 500 followers type deal. At the time, Joel decided that it was his game and he was going to stream a bunch of it and streamed it for like 2 weeks. And then for like the next 2 years, I was consistently streaming that game and people would tune in and be like, this is Joel's game. People stream this that aren't Joel? And it's like, Joel hasn't streamed it in like a year and a half. What are you on about? And the same thing happened with Dwarf. The same thing happened with other games I've played. So I have a lot of respect for Joel, but I think I've maybe watched like 20 minutes of his streams in the last decade. It was Joel. He goes by Verge Skeletor on Twitch. Bevels mentioned him. So like as somebody who's streamed for a similar length of time, except I've always been kind of minuscule in size and fame in comparison. I've lived kind of my entire Twitch career in the shadow of Joel, which is kind of hysterical in a weird way. And also like a lot, at least at various points, my community has had a lot of crossover with his because they watch the game that he plays once and then they find me because of that, and then they watch me after that. I don't know why he would have mentioned me because he's never rated me or anything. I've never had any direct interactions with him. So, I mean, maybe. Every now and again, people are like, you were mentioned on the 3 Moves Ahead podcast, and I still to this day haven't like actually figured out where on that podcast, but someone said that once. So, I don't know. I'm not a small creator anymore, and I've been around, so maybe. Oh, yeah, no, absolutely. If one person with 5,000 viewers streams a game once, it's their game for all eternity. It actually, like, kind of bothered me for a bit there when people would be like, oh, yeah, Joel's the biggest Dwarf Fortress streamer, after I'd been streaming Dwarf Fortress for, like, 4 years. And it's like, yeah, Joel hasn't played since 2019. It's 2022, guys. Why are we still calling Joel the biggest? Like, but, you know, is what it is. What they actually mean is he's the biggest person to have streamed Dwarf Fort. Which isn't wrong. Well, actually, I guess now would be wrong, because I guess Moon would be the biggest person to have streamed Dwarf Fortress. You've seen his emotes. I mean, Joel has a dwarf emote. Like, he likes the game. Like I said, I got nothing against him personally. It's just, it's been kind of weird because I've lived my entire Twitch career in his shadow. What, like 6'5"? Actually, I might be in the running then if we're talking tallest. Because I'm 6'1". I'm not short. Therefore, Minecraft is yours. Did it get 65 million views, though, and do you live in a Hollywood mansion that you outbid Jay-Z for? The actual weird thing is I know people that were in Captain Sparkle's videos back in the day that are, like, smaller on Twitch than me. Bellinaire seems like a big person. Bellinaire's not that tall, though. Actually, I don't think he's that tall. I've never met Bellinaire in person. One of these days I need to, though. Your assessment is correct. You saw him play Steam DF when it released, and then you found your content with the quick tutorials once he picked it up and started learning. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there's definitely portions of, like... when it comes to bigger communities that I've interacted with over the years, Joel's generally been one of the more positive ones. And also, like, other members of Vinesauce as well, like Limes, who's, you know, now Limu, I guess, or Limalicious, VTuber these days, was my Twitch partner manager for a minute there when she had a brief stint working at Twitch. And was also one of the first people to raid me back in the day when I had like 10 viewers. So. White Boy 7th Street streaming to like 30 people? What was he streaming? For those of you who don't know who White Boy 7th Street is he was one of the biggest Call of Duty YouTube channels back in the day. You know, it's kind of funny, actually, when people tell me they're just like, Blind, I see great things for you in your future. And I'm like, I don't know, everybody might just get bored and I might just fade off into obscurity. I mean, if you can go from 1 million+ subs on YouTube to 30 viewers on Twitch, that's... Whew. That's something. Speaking of something, that's scary. We'll deal with that in a sec after I get caught up on chat. If anyone, but I will say, there was a moment where somebody subscribed to me on YouTube, and YouTube tells you people based on their sub numbers. So if somebody with a lot of subscribers tells you, YouTube notifies you. And this person subscribed to me with like 10,000 subs, and the icon looked vaguely familiar, and I clicked on it, and I realized that they uploaded like 8 Halo videos about 13 years ago, and I think I've watched every single one of them. They were all under a minute long, and like very 13 years ago YouTube, and I'm just like, I watched every single one of these back in the day. And they commented on one of my videos, like one of my short tutorials or something. And I responded, I'm like, I watched all your videos when they were new. And he's just like, wow, it's been a long time since anybody commented on that shit. Which is like wild. Or like another person who comments on my videos every now and again who had a video that went viral again like a decade ago of him like snapping his fingers in time and like doing really complicated rhythms, snapping his fingers and like smacking his chest, exclaiming that it was just like a talent that he developed to annoy his girlfriend. And it's like that was also a video that got uploaded like 10 years ago and also has like 5 million views for some reason. There's like you stumble into all of these really random videos every now and again. It's like, man, I've seen that. And I'm just like, I know that person. What the? YouTube is weird. I'm playing Minecraft roughly since the end of alpha, and I used to watch a lot of YouTube videos about fun builds. I mean, I probably watched it too. I played it at the beginning of alpha, mid-alpha. But have you ever saved the dwarf from dying for a strange behavior when they stop eating and drinking water? If you know how to deal with strange moods, you never have an issue with strange moods. So, if you don't have the item for the strange mood, there is no way to save them. All right, let's read this. Forgotten Beast, Sumuxis has come, an enormous scaly crab. Oh boy. It has a round shell, and it has a gaunt appearance. Its green scales are blocky and overlapping. Beware its poisonous bite. Shouldn't be too much of a concern, I don't think. Wear it. Okay, so it is here. It looks more like a bug, but I will give it this credit. We will follow this giant enemy crab. It really doesn't look like a crab. We need a giant crab sprite for this. It's almost like this game needs to just use giant crab sprites for the giant crab Forgotten Beasts. Almost. All right, here comes the first dwarf, who's Nil, who doesn't look like he's holding a sword, but actually is. It's a steel short sword that he's named. And because it's a named steel short sword, he doesn't currently have it. He does have some old wounds, but he's been stitched shut. And he currently is terrified while in conflict and says, I must press on! And that is very much how I feel about this. You must press on. Press that sword firmly into the crab's soft shell. The swords master, Nil, apparently starts off by stabbing it. Oh, wait, no, that's a goblin crossbowman from a while ago. Stabs the Forgotten Beast in the left fourth leg with her adamantine short sword. Okay, that's the other one. That's this person down here with the adamantine short sword. And then Rill here. I see I clicked the wrong one. Let's follow the Forgotten Beast. Forgotten Beast gets slashed by Rai. Ryoshinkat, and the Forgotten Beast in the left front leg. Okay, and then Rai slashes the Forgotten Beast in the left leg with her, with the steel sword. That's this person. Oopsies. And then that's pretty much it so far. So they've slashed it twice. There's no blood on the ground or anything. And wow, I unpaused and paused the game. I should have moved forward one turn at a time. It appears that they stabbed it in the head, tearing the muscle. Okay, who even did that? It was you? Stabbed it in the head with a sword, chipping its brain. Maybe we can eat giant enemy crab legs for dinner. See if I place a butcher here, if we can get that done. Pay respects to the crab friend. I F's for crab friend. It'll evolve into a crab soon enough. Oh, totally. How are you doing, Tygo? Speaking of those who aspire to evolve into a crab. But do you have any advice on how to grow? What, like on Twitch? How long have you been streaming? On Galactic? Like in total. Okay, let's see if they butcher that. I never really watched Yogg's cast. Like at all. I never even watched like members of Yogg's cast. I watched a lot of like Total Biscuit and stuff. So I never really made it over to Yogg's cast from there. Total Biscuit and then just like Giant Bomb. I've been in the... I don't know if you guys can tell. I'm actually quite high right now. Well, I'm slightly stoned right now. I wouldn't say... Quite high is maybe a bit of an advantage, or a bit of an exaggeration. I am slightly stoned right now because I am excessively depressed. And it's been a really, really, really shitty 2 weeks for me. So, I'm just vibing currently. I've been streaming every weekend for like 6 months. Every weekend. Okay, so 2 days a week for 6 months. Now, I know that this is going to be a hindsight 2020 bullshit thing. I streamed for 2 years before I had the same viewer average that you have currently. So I streamed on Twitch for 2 years, and I didn't do it every weekend. I didn't do it every 3 days. I did it 7 days a week. I streamed for 2 to 3 hours per day. And it took me until about 2015 to average consistently above like 15. And I started, my first few streams were in 2012, but I don't really count those. I streamed inconsistently through then. 2013, 2014, I averaged 5 to 10 viewers. So beyond that point, 2015, 16 onwards, I averaged about 60. I got partnered in 2018. And in 2018, for a brief period of time, I had an average of like 200, 250. And then it dropped back down to like 60. And then I was around 60, 70 again consistently until December this year, where now I'm holding on barely to about 200. Fingers crossed we hang on to 200. But like, honestly, how do you grow? On Twitch? Twitch is not designed as a platform really to grow on, unless you're playing niche content. The only reason I grew was because I played niche stuff, right? I played Dwarf Fortress when nobody else was playing Dwarf Fortress, and that entire community either decided that they hated me and didn't want anything to do with me, or watched literally everything that I do. So, can't tell? Well, cheers. That's good. Well, cheers, Sombre. Means a lot. Here's the thing, right? From the outside looking in, it might appear that way. From the inside, you know what it appears like, Von Galactic? Not that I'm incredibly talented and good at what I do or anything. Also, we just got, like, how much Forgotten Beast meat? I see that dwarf, by the way, Fly Kick. We'll get that done in a sec. We just got, like, 200 Forgotten Beasts. Because then we have, like, man, we're going to be eating crab legs for weeks. We got 88 fat from that. Two prepared eyes. How much brain do you have? Not a lot of brain. 6 units of brain. 19 intestines. It's mostly fat. Oh, it's got 3 units of heart. Carb soap for years. Yeah, technically. Should deconstruct that. Oh, and you're calling, what? 222 units of Forgotten Beast meat. That's where the meat went. That explains that. That's a lot of meat. So, Flycake, what kind of dwarf would you like? But yeah, from the inside looking out, what I've built here is just me throwing shit at the wall. It's just... I don't understand why people like my stuff. I watch my content and I go, okay, I'm pretty average. Like, Do you want the dwarf that just butchered the Forgotten Beast? They're labeled as a hunter. Or do you want somebody who's, like, labeled as a butcher? Because at a glance, I have one who doesn't have a beard. Here, okay, we'll give you this one then. Like it. You've thrown good stuff. You have a good choice in thrown stuff. Well, you play popular games and are small, and you've watched the same few for probably half a decade at this point, on and off. They average like 3 to 6 viewers still after all this time. I mean, I know people who've streamed since... I know a guy who has streamed semi-actively since the Justin TV days, and he's still like a sub 10 viewer streamer. You enjoy my vibes? Yeah. the two pieces of like statement as to why people enjoy my stream that make sense to me that I've gotten repeatedly over the years is, wow, you're in a similar headspace to me and I can relate. Like kind of a, oh, I'm also a depressed stoner and I enjoy the fact that you're a depressed stoner and will watch your streams. Or it's just they just have same taste in games as me. And there's not a lot of people on Twitch who play these types of games. This dwarf, Flykick, is vengeful and never forgives and never forgets past grievances, is stingy with resources when working on projects, and refuses to expend any extra effort. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this, since he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He has little interest in joking around and tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, occasionally overindulges and is troubled by this, as he values self-control. Values self-control. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is often nervous. He has a greedy streak, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He's a friendly individual and lives a fast-paced life. When he's nervous, he never allows pauses to occur in conversation, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds the notion that one would persevere through adversity is completely abhorrent. Values self-control and values tradition. Likes cinnabar, rose gold, fortification agate, giant giraffe horn, and the color azure. Gems and shields and geese for their formation flying, and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics, and the sound of the russet meadow, and when possible prefers to consume cod, blackberry wine, and donkey's milk, and absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. Description-wise, he has what was once a thin frame, now bearing enormous thick layers of fat. He has a very long beard, which is arranged in double braids, and his sideburns are neatly combed, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed, and his free-lobed ears are extremely narrow, and he has a round chin, and his aquamarine eyes are slightly rounded. His pale pink skin is wrinkled, and his hair is amber with flecks of gray. And I'm going to pause the game for a minute here in about 30 seconds, because we're about to get hit by an ad. Donkey's milk, yes. Milk from a donkey, naturally. What, the vengeful part, John Waterfall? But you learned that when you were depressed and stoned. Yeah, well, I don't know. I'm not saying you have to be a depressed stoner to enjoy my work, but... I don't know. I think that a lot of channels... Okay, now half of you are stuck in an ad, so some of you won't hear this, but... I think that just a lot of people on Twitch focus very heavily on the posy vibes stuff. You know, just the, I want to be happy, go lucky, blah, 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 all the time. And I'm not and don't pretend to be. Oh, so bipolar disorder runs heavily in my family. Both of my sisters have it. So do I. So it's one of those, oh yeah, it comes and goes. It comes and goes. Like there will be weeks where I'm just totally fine. Totally fine. And then it'll just hit me like a bus and I'm just out for a month. You know, I'm kind of curious if this dwarf's going to get to the stockpile before this meat starts to rot or not. Your dad denies it? I feel like there's two kinds of people with bipolar disorder. There's those with severe bipolar and those that don't admit it. Which is, it's kind of like ADHD in that way, except significantly more impactful on your life. I like how I just have Forgotten Beast Meat, 301 units. Forgotten Beast Meat, 221 units. That's a lot of Forgotten Beast Meat. Holy shit. I'm going to put a, because I don't think I have a kitchen yet. I'm just going to put a kitchen here. I'm just going to get them making meals. There's a lot of dwarves in this tavern. Maybe I should just give these dwarves a break. There's only one, like, pissed dwarf, and it's still lead. Want to acquire something, you want decent meals. All right, I'm going to take this dwarf off of being a miner and just take them off of general labor and just see what they go do. I'm curious if this dwarf just goes off and hangs out in the tavern and if that helps them. Pretty much Ragnarok, yeah. Totally. I mean, like, here, I guess, like, for me, I'm blunt to a fault. And it definitely, like, turns some people away, right? Like, when people have watched my streams for a long time, there's a dwarf in this hospital. Are you okay? Okay, you were just hanging out. You're just the outpost liaison. Like, there's definitely people that can't, like, you can definitely watch a person on Twitch for years and know nothing about that person, right? And then there's me, where you watch me on Twitch for years and you probably, or even 6 months, you probably have a pretty good idea what kind of person I am. But anyway, yeah, this started off as a how do you grow on Twitch conversation. How do you grow on Twitch at this point? Put content everywhere. And at the end of the day, Twitch is one of two things, right? It's either the best hobby that you didn't know you had, or a job. And if you're not making enough for it to be a job, I don't recommend making it into a job. Only make it into a job if you're actually making enough for it to be a job. Otherwise, the only thing that will happen is video games will become a job. And if video games are your only hobby, do not make video games into a job. Just enjoy the process of streaming. The process of streaming can make certain types of games significantly more enjoyable if you don't already enjoy them. As an example, like, streaming can make single-player games a lot more enjoyable if you're one of those people who insists that you need a multiplayer component to everything, because it gives you that chat room and it gives you that, I don't know if false is the right word. It gives you that kind of social feeling that multiplayer games gives you without you actually having to, like, you know, go play Counter-Strike or something. Which can be a very positive thing for certain people. Like if you're trying to get out of playing Dota, streaming is a good way to do that. Because, like, it gives you the chat. So I guess my advice is Twitch gives you a lot of stats. Twitch gives you a lot of things to worry about. If you want to grow, network and make friends. And don't be annoying about self-promoting. If you're annoying about self-promoting, that will only damage your chances. People who stream are not stupid. We figure out if other people stream, just be smart about it. And if you happen to live close to where TwitchCon is, go to TwitchCon, meet other streamers. I didn't really get any growth until I went to TwitchCon and talked to people. The Kerbal community kind of adopted me back in the day, so I know a lot of those guys. People like Das Valdez and EJSA and Matoro Ignika before he changed his name to Matoro, and all of those people. So, like, I don't know, make friends, be a decent person, and put content everywhere. Archive your content, too, so that you can look back at it and see how it's improved. But the biggest piece of advice I have is don't make it into a job for yourself, because if you make it into a job for yourself, all that will happen is you'll ruin video games for yourself. It's literally all that will happen. And also, like, just because there's 200 people watching, just remember, this time last year there was 45. Right? Like, to quote myself from the other night when I was talking to a bartender, it's easier to become a brain surgeon and you're more likely to get a job than you are to become a profitable Twitch streamer. It is easier to go to university for 8 to 10 years and get a doctorate because there are more of them that are full-time than it is to become a full-time streamer on Twitch. Well, don't stream Dota. Stream games that aren't Dota, and you'll still get that online interaction feeling. Is, I guess, the statement there. For always running out of drinks, you have a planter and you thought that that could be it, but no other ideas. What could be up? Are you cooking your seeds? Because if all that you have in your fortress is plump helmets and you're cooking your seeds, you will run out of drinks real fast because your dwarves will cook all of your seeds. Are you also cooking? You watched my tutorial? How are you running out of drinks then? I mean, sounds like you, like in the first year, like you'll embark with five plants, and by default, you embark with 5 spawn, which are seeds, and 15 plump helmets. So if you plant the 15 plump helmets, or the 5 spawn right off the bat, and you brew the 15 plump helmets, you'll get 15 seeds, and you plant those seeds, and then you grow those seeds, and then you brew those seeds, and then you grow those seeds, and you brew those seeds. You should be swimming in seeds. It could be your guests, because your guests will drink your alcohol. If you're on a map that has anything growing on the surface, any time of year, just jump up to the surface, click this button, click this link, this thing here, and then click and drag and just harvest everything on the surface. They'll get these icons. That's spinach, but there's usually stuff that's brewable. That's brewable as an example. That's brewable. Rye, oh, the rye is dead because of we're in the middle of winter, but in the spring the rye would be brewable. So always remember to check above ground, and also if you're in the cavern layers, like just right here, I could just harvest this. So there's plump helmets right there. There's plump helmets right there. But yeah, you probably just ran out of seeds, is usually the case, or you ran out of barrels. So make more barrels. I mean, right now, this is my farm. I haven't harvested plump helmets once. I've just got seeds in the middle. I've got some farmers' workshops around the edge, which I also need to start doing with the stuff with the dimple cups. But we've got stills right here. They're full of barrels. And yeah, no, very quickly, I don't ever disable cooking of seeds, like, ever. It's just not something I do. All right, so let's prepare. Let's just do lavish meals. Speaking of work orders, I know labor, kitchen. We can definitely cook query bush seeds. I can cook. Yeah, basically everything is good to cook. I don't want to cook my ale. All that stuff we can cook. Perfect. Because, yeah, also, like, another thing that you can do, especially for drinks, is just, like, queue up, like, remove all canceled jobs, queue up one, and just click this button, and it'll tell you. It's like, oh, they can't brew more drinks because it requires an empty food storage item. That would imply that you're out of barrels, because apparently I'm currently out of barrels. I was literally about to check that because I was curious if those meals were going to cancel, but... just make 185, 150 wooden barrels. Because I got plenty of, like, bloodthorn out here. All this stuff, just everywhere. I can chop down some more, even. Elves won't like it, but sure, that's fine. Bloodthorn is so cool. It's a cool name, that's for sure. But yeah, I guess, like, the last random piece of advice I'll give this disjointed conversation about growing on Twitch is just play games that you enjoy playing. And remember that streaming to nobody is the best practice you'll ever have, because suddenly when you're streaming to people, it's a lot easier than streaming to nobody. I don't miss the days of having nobody watching, not because I miss those days, not because they were bad times or anything, but because that's way harder to do than streaming to an audience. Streaming to an audience is easy. Streaming to no audience is extremely difficult. Last time you had food troubles was probably half a year ago when you were dead tired and banned the cooking of plump helmets. Okay, and then they cooked your seeds because you weren't paying attention. And then you had 15 plump helmets fall down when someone tried dodging with a barrel. Well, yep. Wait, you enjoy playing Fortnite, Goth? I mean, have fun playing Fortnite then. Well, I said stream games that you enjoy. Not games that you don't enjoy. You clearly misheard me. Also, this fort is looking rad. Uh-oh. I just dumped lava everywhere. Well, I'm about to have a bunch more burning gems, maybe? Oh, maybe not. Okay, sweet. They didn't hit any of those diamonds. Okay, I'm going to get some more gems cutting. Because we've got a lot of gems lying around up here. Rock salt has great color. It does. It's a nice. This is a very pink fortress, though. I do admit. It reminds me of that one scene from I think it was Wreck-It Ralph, the king of the Candy Kingdom. We go, it's not pink, it's salmon. Reminds me of that. It's one of those. I don't know if any of you guys just have like scenes from movies just burned into your noggin and you just can't forget it, and then, you know. Whenever something even remotely tangentially related, it's bang! It's right, it's back. Hello, Rhino. That's things. It's always some corny one-liner from a movie stuck in your head. It's not pink, it's salmon. It is Tuesday, BWS. Hello. Good to see you. Oh, hi, Mark. Yes, well, we have an emote for that. Speaking of oh, hi, Mark, tell me why Zoe's new masterpiece, Big Shark, might actually be releasing at some point. There's a poster. The first time in a very long time. So, maybe. Maybe we'll actually get Big Shark. I really hope we do. Well. Here comes more lava. Turns out going from the top down way safer than going in the other direction. That's all going to become obsidian in a second here. It's a lot of lava. What is that? Okay, so it's melted dolomite. Well, at least it's getting rid of the dirt. Ugh. Donkey's not dead yet. It's impressive. I should eat that donkey because it's just sitting there starving to death. Should really just eat that donkey. Should just butcher you. Sorry, donkey. To take on a fun spire, just build a fortress directly around it. Which is literally all we're doing here. From Bruce Almighty? God, Bruce Almighty is such a good movie. Like, I should rewatch that movie. I wonder if it ages as well as my brain says it does. But I fucking loved that movie when it was new. Stupid fucking movie, but it's so much fun. Well, I just remembered that the donkey exists, so thus it gets its reward for existing, which is it gets et. Becomes donkey leather. Okay. There's a little spot in the ground right there. I think we'll just put a wall in there. Can then channel out this. And then I guess we like smooth and engrave chunks of this, eh? Oh my god, you finally found the person. It took 3 months, but the mayor finally meets with the outpost liaison. And the outpost liaison says, "Merit deserves reward. I come empowered to establish this colony as official land of our realm." Can you imagine the trade wagons? No, actually, I can't. Of course, there are responsibilities, and the nobility must live well. Flattering, but we'd rather maintain our distance from the homeland because I don't want to kill another noble yet. That certainly just shows the diversity of that word. I think I could probably, like, count on one hand of the number of things from Boondock Saints that I've actually seen, but because I haven't seen much of that show, but I've seen that bit. It is a very diverse word, though. Rock cabinet. Let's just make another 50 rock cabinets and rock coffers. Let's also bring another 50. And we're going to make all of these out of rock salt. Yes. It is a movie. That is certainly something that you can say about Boondock Saints. It is certainly a movie. I wonder what kind of materials we have currently. Lots of iron bolts. There's a ghost in the fort. Uh-oh. Oh, because I never placed Lorbam's slab. I feel bad. Sorry, Lorbam. There you go. Okay. What kind of materials do we currently have? $13 iron bars, 20 gold, 10 silver, 30 copper, 8 bronze, 3 steel, 22 adamantine wafers. Chat, how many wafers do you need to make a spike, or do I need to look it up? Is it 1? Or is it like 7? You love when you hear someone says something that is the exact wordage of a reference to a movie or something I say. I love that movies aren't. I mean, oh, like where they just say something and they don't realize that they're also referencing something. Yeah, I know what you mean. You think it's 1? Really hope it's 1. You haven't the foggiest? Well, there's a ghost in the middle of everything. Oh no, Lorbam, you should leave. Be gone from this place, Lorbam. We're sorry. Please stop pissing off Saber, who's currently horrified after being haunted by the dead. Anyway, now done. So are you okay over there, Saber? Maybe go have a drink. You probably aged like 5 years in the last 10 seconds. So I'm real annoyed about something with this map that I've kind of explained a couple of times. I'm real annoyed about the fact that this map is claimed to have silver and lead, but turns out it's actually just got gold. No silver and no lead, just gold, which is very frustrating. It's like I thought I was getting silver and lead, but turns out, nope, just gold. I was misled. Ouch. Yeah, I suppose. I didn't even get to speak with Miss Led. I heard that she was pretty. Has a habit of giving you breathing problems later in life, though. Because, you know, the toxicity and all. But all you found is iron. Nickel and silver, but all you found is iron. Odd. It's a weird thing, that. Okay, so I should be able to cut this out pretty much. Turkey! I wonder if we can get some tree. If we could actually get some trees growing in here, I might just leave some of these. If I could get a little patch of bloodthorn to start sprouting up here, that would be pretty sweet. I'd be super for that. You had an embark like that? One vein of tetrahedrite right above the magma sea. Oh, really? Yeah, that seems useful and helpful. You know, I just realized, chat, maybe it's because of my fuzzy brain this morning, but I forgot to make a sandwich today. So at some point today for lunch break is going to take like 2 minutes instead of like 18 seconds. So I'm going to actually have to make a sandwich. Whelps. Not perfect at everything, just some things. We do have stairs all the way down to here, so I don't need to worry too much. Sandwich, yes. Most important part of lunch. What kind of Sammy? I don't know. I think I have avocado in the fridge and I have cheese, so I'll figure something out. Probably raw onion, avocado, and cheese because I'm a person who lives alone. Salt. What? Need rock salt. So not too bad, but not the most interesting. Crab, lemon, parsley. Interesting. I don't think I've ever had crab on a sandwich. I've had crab on other things, not on a sandwich. I could see that being quite tasty. There's definitely lava in that. Kind of surprised we haven't collided with more ancient evils just yet. But, you know, maybe we should count our lucky stars. You have 0 energy to make food? I feel like everybody's going through, oh god, it's like warming up outside season. Mine out just all of that. Can also mine out this, that, these two, that, this. Oh, duh. It would help if I wasn't automating these. Fine, there's not much for them to automate, so. Not bad. And not bad. This does feel like a wintry stream. Maybe not a wintry stream, but I certainly prefer winter. I will never fully understand those people who run around screaming, oh no, it's like, it's snowing. It's like, I guess, sure, maybe you work in a job where snowing makes your act of getting to work more dangerous. Maybe I can respect that, but also at the same time, it's snowing. How can you hate that? Snowing is great. It's like, it's just an excuse to not go to work. What's the problem with this? Was never a problem for me when I had a normal job. But I guess I can kind of relate. True. I mean, like, I'll hear people in Vancouver, where I live, complaining about, like, the winters here. And it's like, guys, we get, like, 6 days of snow a year. Maybe a week. And yeah, it takes them 3 days to remove the snow from the roads, but like, you'll be fine. People in the Pacific Northwest think they live in California is the actual problem. Is there's a lot of people in the Pacific Northwest who are just like, I live in California. I expect the weather to be as nice as California, but also have ample access to water. So it's like, you know, if like we get 3 days of snow here, fucking whoop-de-wingdings. Just don't go to work for 3 days. You will be fine. And so the result is I just get really sad when summer kicks in. I eventually start to like summer as summer goes on every year, but I'm gonna run ad now because we're in a loading screen. Pump it up early. The snow was not kind. Yeah, no, I mean, I saw some people posting pictures of snow dumps that they just got, so. And you go, like, just north of where I live, and yeah, you'll also get snow. Every time it snows where you are, you end up having to do some sort of manual labor outside and end up working until you're covered in sweat, and then the sweat freezes to your body. It's not pleasant. When I worked a real job, when we would have snow days, it just would mean that I'd have to go outside in the last 2 hours of my shift and shovel snow, and then, like, salt the sidewalks, basically, which I actually looked forward to. It was a hell of a lot better than taking out the trash. And then opening management would get mad at me when I didn't take out the trash. I'm like, I spent 2 hours shoveling. You take out the trash. It's your fucking problem now. I'm off. They're like, no, stick around and finish your stuff or we'll write you up. It's like, well, you can't. You're not going to pay me overtime. So, bye. You had lots of winter storms here, and up north gets a lot of snow. You missed out on visiting it this year. You know, I mentioned this on the stream yesterday, but I don't know. It's probably just my depression recently, but I've been staring at different places that I could theoretically do, or that I could theoretically travel to and do work visas in, because I've learned relatively recently that's kind of a thing that streamers do quite frequently, is they'll just go live somewhere for a year or 6 months or whatever and go do a work visa somewhere and then come back afterwards. Makes a lot of sense, right? You know, you go somewhere, you get different scenery for 3 months, 6 months or whatever, get to kind of travel because you can keep working as long as you have a computer. And I kind of went through like my priority list over the past 2 weeks. I'm just like, in like the next 4 or 5 years or something, or maybe even like 2 years, like where would be a place that I would want to go for 6 months? And so Japan requires me to make another $2,000-ish a month, and Iceland requires me to make another about $4,000 on top of what I'm already making per month in Canadian dollars. And it's kind of like, I look at that and I go, all right, so goal for the next 2 years is increase my income so I can go stay in Iceland for 6 months. Because that's the kind of climate I like. Basically, I just want to live in a death metal music video. So it's like somewhere in Scandinavia or Iceland. You know you're a little late? Well, hi, Art of Stuttering. What's up, dude? But we'll see. Also, I'd need to live somewhere where the healthcare is good enough that I don't die, because my body is falling apart. Who wants to sponsor Blind's work visa? Blind doesn't want you to sponsor Blind's work visa because Blind doesn't want to do that yet. And also, government. You just, if you're I would qualify for digital nomad, so it would literally just be I'm somebody who exists on the internet who makes money appear. Instructions unclear, waiting for charity stream? I thought instructions were unclear, waiting for sub count to drop so we can all collectively cry. Vile Force of Darkness is right. Is that a dwarf? Well, it was a dwarf. Weird. Jerry Gord, thanks for the 20 gift subs. Appreciate you. You absolute mad lad. What's this? Snatcher, okay. Uh-oh. Whoa! It's a goblin dwarf! But seriously, thank you very much for chucking out 20 gift subs. You are very kind. Well, you're certainly driving the stream forward, I'll tell you that. I like how this dwarf is crying. Also tired. Novice bone carver. A citizen of the Dread of Moons. So they are a goblin. Probably born and raised goblin, I would guess. They worship Xanos. Not to be confused with Thanos. We will kill them. Put them out of their misery. I was going to lock that door, but there's thread in the door. They're running off into the caverns. An odd direction to go. Appears Deucim has caught up with the very sad dwarf. I was, again, going to lock that door, but I literally can't. Wow, that was fast. Cut her arm off. The Swordmaster Deucim kicks the thief in the upper leg with her left foot, bruising the bone through the rummy trousers. The forest pulls the right hip, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. And tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone, a ligament has been torn. The Swordmaster stabs the thief in the upper arm with her adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. The Swordmaster stabs the thief in the left lower arm with her adamantine short sword, fracturing the bone through the rummy trousers. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a ligament has been torn, and the force pulls the left knee, bruising the muscle. The Swordsmaster slashes the thief in the head with her adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. And thank you very much for the $1, Jam Jalopy. Appreciate you, dude. What are we drinking for? Oh, definitely because of the round of, like, 20 subs. Also, if anybody has a resub, pop it now, because I need 2 more. To get a hype train. Bite Tech, thank you very much for keeping that sub alive for a 9th month. Appreciate you. And thanks for all the clips, by the way. I've actually gotten a bunch of shorts on YouTube because of clips you've made. And Mac Daddy keeping that sub alive for a 4th month. And Suited Giraffe with the $1. The Send Blind Out on a Digital Nomad Trek one of these years fund. And Blood Odin. That's a fun... Okay, Okay, so Blood Odin, you just gifted a sub to somebody. I just want to say shout-outs to that person because that is a fantastic username. Congratulations, Dumpster Arsonist. I just wanted to say that out loud when I get gifted a sub. And Scheming Weasel with the Prime. Thank you very much. As well as Evan OPQ with the tier 1. But yeah, Dumpster Arsonist is like top 20 favorite names I've seen in the last couple days. That's pretty good.
Crypt beer.
I've never lit a dumpster on fire, I will admit, but I've seen many a burning dumpster in my life. There's many great rampant dumpster fires out there. Okay, so let's go from here Let's go from there down. We can replace these later. All you can imagine is being at a job, and yeah, I burned dumpsters. What was your previous employment? Setting dumpsters on fire? Suited Giraffe, thank you very much for the 5-pack. Appreciate you. At least metaphorically. I too have experienced the metaphorical dumpster fire. I think it's mostly just this layer that needs flooring. Boreas, thanks for the $1. Appreciate you, man. And Maya's Nerd? How do you say that? Maya's Nerd? I know the second part. It's the first M-E-I-S-S part that's confusing me. But Mice Nerd. Okay, duh. Of course, I should have figured that out. But thank you, Mice Nerd. It's like nice nerd, but mice. That's definitely one of those, like, I said that wrong, didn't I? Let's go all the way down to there. All the way down to there. Oh my God, I can just unpause that and build those. What about the emotional dumpster fire? I don't emotionally set anything on fire. Poor Slit, what kind of dwarf would you like? I know you've had military dwarves in the past, but any specific requests? As for the list of dwarves, Jam Jalopy, thanks for the $10. Are you a Jerry and not a Gord? Fight Attack, also with the $10. Thank you very much. Any jewelry dwarves? We've got Unib, Itib, Lightast, all in kind of the gem cutting industry. Speaking of dumpster fires, you heard a joke today. Is that the whole joke? Because that almost checks out. Speaking of dumpster fires, I looked at the news once. So anybody on this list you would like specifically? But chat rooms, thank you very much for the hype train. You guys are very kind. You'd like Udib? Gotcha. Double ding. All right, so you'd like Udib, this one. Horslet. Americans have no trouble shooting. I feel like there's a starting there, which is like, why is American tech support so bad? It's because they have no trouble shooting. I feel like you need like a bit more lead in for that, but also, yes, damn is to say. Suited, thanks for the $10.
Just a reminder for those who have elections today, go vote.
Always vote if there's elections. It's important, even if it's just for school president. She becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, just like Streamer. And thank you very much for the $5, Al, right there at the end of the train to cap things off. Chat room, thank you very much for all the bits. You're very kind. Jam Jalopy, Fight Attack, Suited Giraffe, Al, Freehold Boreas, Mice Nerd, Suited Giraffe, Evan OPQ, Blood Odin, Scheming Weasel, Suited Giraffe, Mac Daddy, Fight Attack, Jam Jalopy, Jerry Gord with the 20-pack. You guys are very kind. Porslet. becomes completely helpless in stressful situations, and she is completely closed-minded and never changes her mind after forming an initial idea. She can be very single-minded, and she is not a private person. She freely shares details of her life, and she is not the type to fall in love or develop positive feelings, and she often feels lustful, and she tends to do things correctly each time. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world, and she tends to think before acting and is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and her voice trails off. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and she personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and respects the development of a skill and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. She likes marcasite, bismuth, bronze. Some migrants have arrived. The color clear helms, rings, and the words of the berries of serenity, and when possible prefers to consume chinchilla and sand pear cider, and absolutely hates moon snails. So you made ustotososid, which is, we jump over to the objects menu. The fenced armor, and that is currently sitting here. The fenced armor is a ring made of gem, methunk. If I can scroll up enough to find it. There it is. It's a praise ring. All Crastor ship is of the highest quality, is encrusted with table cut praises. Praise the sun. An elven caravan has arrived for some reason, and Aslab has begun a mysterious construction. Cool. What are you using? Oh, wow. 3 pieces of bloodthorn, fancy sapphires, rock salt, dolomite, 2 pieces of cloth, dolomite, and stray donkey full bone. Well, I guess they got that donkey dead. Your embark is at level 14, and you dug down and didn't hit the caverns until minus 116. You're very high above sea level. That's all that means. Is it a new world or one that you've settled in before? New world, it's Cavern 3. Oh, third cavern is at minus 16? Oh, okay, so you just missed the other 2 then. I mean, that makes some sense. Okay, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense. If you missed 1 and 2, then yeah, that's. Otherwise, I was gonna say that's unusual, but no, I mean, if you just simply missed the first 2, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm literally just going around and trying to mine out the bits that I know are safe to mine out, and we're just going to kind of leave the more risky bits. Asob the Waxworker has created Dumat Od, a Bloodthorn bin, and offers it to the mean, angry abyss of beer. Well, I guess it's just going to fall into our bin collection then. I wonder if a thief steals a bin, do they also steal all of the items in the bin? This is a Bloodthorn bin. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It's been here for a long time and will continue to bin about the place. I don't know where I'm going with this. It is a rectangular dolomite cabochons. It's decorated with bloodthorn, and it's encircled with bands of alpaca wool. This object menaces with spikes of bloodthorn, sapphire, and rock salt, and pigtail, and donkey bone. On the item is an image of Wandercloak, the obsidian bracelet in bloodthorn. On the item is an image of dwarves in dolomite. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of helm flags by the Tender Temple Fortress of the accidental sealing in year 3. There's no ghosts. What are you talking about, Jam Jalopy? Why are you saying boo so loudly? There's nobody booing here. Come on. I am hilarious, and you should laugh at all of my jokes. I'm clearly either, like, hysterical or completely insufferable, and it just purely depends on your sense of humor. Very punny. Yep. Let's just mine through all of that, because I know it's safe. It could be both, what, hysterical and insufferable? Touche, I suppose. Yeah, I should be able to dig along this safely. We're gonna channel this walkway out here. Any more clowns yet? None today. None today, Al. We did have a forgotten beast, which died in 3 hits. It was a giant crab. We got 200 crab meat from it. Hopefully we've started making some of that crab meat into food. It did have a poisonous bite, but it wasn't a very effective poisonous bite. I did drop a bunch of heavy objects on dwarves' heads, though, and they didn't live very long. So that part was kind of unfortunate. If I could have gone without doing that, that probably would have been for the best. My crabs follow me? In this house, we worship crab. All hail Lord Crab, I suppose. But because this is clearly a democracy, you should vote crab. This is how we learn this game. You drop heavy items on your own head enough times and you'll learn this game too. It's all part of the learning curve. I will say this. I'm starting to like detect the anticipation that people have for adventure mode. Whenever I make videos now talking about adventure mode in any format, they get like 5 times the views of anything else I upload. Which means it's very tempting to clickbait, but I'm going to try my damnedest to not over the next like year of that thing's development. You must be sleeping? Well, if you must be sleeping, then I must say goodnight, Stone, to our favorite early morning, currently, my time, moderator. Until they go to sleep, so you snooze good. Have a good rest, friend. And keep doodling. Just keep doodling. But even you are interested in it? Well, I mean, the thing is, once you get into Fortress mode and you understand why Fortress mode is cool, it makes it a lot easier to be like, man, I might play. I might play adventure mode. The more you learn about Fortress mode, the better adventure mode kind of becomes. Because they do really play into each other a whole lot. I don't trust that square. Because they do play into each other a whole lot. So because they kind of benefit each other and make each other better, it's a lot easier to sell it. I guess when you're trying to sell it on its own without the experience of Fortress mode, it's a lot harder to pitch to people. But once it becomes a pitch more about, oh, well, I mean, if you already played Fortress mode, you already have a pretty decent idea of why it's cool, because I can just be like, oh, you can do this, and this. And that'll make sense because like you played Fortress mode, you know how that would interact with Fortress mode. It makes sense. Pretty much, yeah. There's going to be a few videos like that, though. And there's not too much I can do about that. Speaking of videos, when do you guys think Tarn's going to put out the Future of the Fortress for this month? Because we're on day 4, and there's been no posts on day 12. I didn't look at the forums this morning, but as of yesterday, there hasn't been anything. Extreme caution. I'm also trying to make a cool, like, fort in the process, so that's got something to do with it as well. Although removing candy is always a very tense. Why is there a reindeer in my fort? I guess those migrants brought it, hey? as well as a bunch of random birds. Also, do I have... I do not have a radar currently. I need a radar. Why is there a reindeer in my fort? Where did you come from? Who let you in? I don't recall doing that. Right. I need a new front door lever because Boo's hammer is too depressed to do that job. I'm sorry. Are you one of mine? Well, look who made it. Did you bring your wife? Oh, no, you didn't. You didn't bring your wife or son. Well, we found Redbug, chat. I don't think anybody's been found dead, completely drained of blood just yet. 2 kills. Right, yeah, no, you did tantrum, didn't you? Not 0 kill? No, because they killed dwarves before they were a vampire. This dwarf actually became a vampire in my last fort. What I would recommend, Batar, if you are interested in playing the game anyways, set your population down to like 50. And just play super small scale intimate fortresses. Those can be very enjoyable. Like, I'm not even joking. Like, the game is just as fun with less dwarves. Like, this isn't a game that's necessarily benefited by scale. You play on a small map with a small number of dwarves and just set the difficulty sliders down so that you get sieged and stuff with like 50 dwarves. Give them a bookcase, some windows, and a pick. Yeah, you know, honestly, maybe. Maybe. I just have to watch them. Things become progressively less stable as you get more dwarves, yeah. Uh-oh. That is a not good place for there to be a hole in the wall. Yeah, well, I mean, the game is designed for you to have about 220 right now. That's kind of what most computers can run at a mostly playable frame rate, right? But it does get to points where it gets less pleasant to play. Oh yeah, this project. I need to finish this. So, what am I going to do with you? Now the problem is because she's stressed, the literal second she wants to go speak with somebody in charge, she'll go insane. Well, not insane, but she'll be like this guy where he's trying to attend a meeting permanently. I feel like I should just expel that dwarf. Like, I know they're a vampire. It's just a matter of time before they eat somebody. At the very least, if I expel them, then they can go have a life. The age of the world just changes your save and load times. It doesn't actually help your frame rate much. But size of the world will, supposedly. I don't notice any difference in size of world with in-game frame rate, but I've had people tell me that it does. I don't know if I believe it, but I know that age of the world isn't going to affect anything. It's just going to change the speed at which your game loads and saves. So I think I'm just going to expel this dwarf. Outraged after being expelled. I'm sorry. I always feel bad about expelling dwarves like that. Like, I like that dwarf. That dwarf had a good story, but... Ugh. And also, like, you know, think about it this way, right? This is a large world. A small world maybe is just this island. Or is, like, just this island. Like, this is basically a world unto itself that just happens to be in this world. What is this world doing? Absolutely nothing. It's not going to have... This portion of the world is not going to affect my gameplay at all at the other side of the world, and might as well be its own map. This would be about, like, a, like, normal size world gem, right? And, you know, it's got everything it needs. You know, you've got haunted plains, the mean plains, you've got... this good biome. You got forests, multiple types of forests. You got multiple dwarven factions, probably at least one, maybe two even. There's elves, there's goblins, there's humans. You've got everything you need. There's necromancer towers. I don't actually know because they're 4 tiles apart, but maybe. Possibly. Oh. Remember how earlier I said we gotta get you to leave before you kill somebody? Anyway, Porcelet's been found completely drained of blood. Sorry, Porcelet. Ugh. But once we get boats, yeah, but that's still not relevant to the current discussion at all, right? And it's one of those reasons why I try not to talk about things that's like, well, once Dwarf Fortress gets insert feature here, sure, but those features ain't relevant because they ain't in the game yet, you know? It's like, sure, once Dwarf Fortress gets this, but it doesn't have this. So what's the point of even like really stating that? Honestly, something that's just made me scratch my head with the Dwarf Fortress community for years. It's like, but once we get this thing, it's like, yeah, once we get that thing, but we're not going to get that thing for a while, so don't worry about it. Be fine. Already, yep. Yeah, no, the vampire decided to eat you. Unfortunately. Yeah, I don't know. It's also a ways off. I think we'll get tac nukes before we get spaceships. We're stuck in an ad, so I'm not going to do too much for the next minute. Neil's also dead. Hold on, is she just going up the fucking line? Like, what are you doing? Why is she in the river? Oh, I can't wait for the magic update. Lycott was found completely drained of blood. Is there a second one? Or are we just finding... I think we are just finding the body count. Wow. Oh, magic will be interesting. Magic, like any Dwarf Fortress feature, will take a while and won't be immediate. She walked in and ate like 4 people and then left. It's not a dwarf in armor. I would have gotten a notification for that. Trust me, I would know it's one of them. I know exactly who's in my military. Well, it's not one of them. The baby update theoretically was supposed to be out last week. So if anything, I would describe the baby update as late. Because they said they wanted to get it out by the end of next month. or end of the month, which was last month when they said that. Diamond, hello. How are you? Oh, maybe. Yeah, I mean, Tarn's at home right now just grinding. Probably. Sleepless nights of coding Dwarf Fort. Yeah, no, the Infants update is supposed to be the next update that comes out. And it was initially announced to be out by the end of the month, which was last month, so. I don't think we've lost any more. Also, the vampire stole a book on the way out. Didn't return it to the library. What a monster. But yeah, I also need to... I'm going to be pestering Tarn to see if I can get him on the stream sometime later in the month as well. So I'm just kind of waiting for him to post before I ask. Because it's been a little bit. Nah, we don't. No, that in my headcanon, that vampire came in the night and vanished. Because I'll be honest, I'm this close to just disabling vampires in this version currently because I don't like my. If you want to know my least favorite change, or maybe not change, but least favorite thing about this version is that I can just look at the username list and just be like, oh, that's the vampire. It removes all of the fun of vampires in Dwarf Fort. The fun of vampires is that it's impossible to discern who's who because they look identical except for like one trait difference. Except in this version, it's like, oh yeah, no, you can just look at them because they're blue. Which literally for me removes all of the fun of it. Like almost entirely. Have a good day at work, Blood Odin. What's up, Nime? Your dwarves elected a vampire mayor who's killed 3 people, and he's been repeatedly imprisoned, but the dwarves kept on re-electing him, and then after finally locking him in his office, the dwarves proceeded to make a statue celebrating their mayor, draining blood of one of the slain dwarves. Oh, wow. We're ever getting taxes in DF? Just go Google search what happened the one time they added a financial economy to this game. Just go look that up. Like I don't even need to explain it at this point because there's so many videos on it. We already did Sanic in like 2015, and it lasted for 3 weeks and it was removed from the game. Yeah, totally, fly kick. Any tips for what to do when you run out of jobs for all your dwarves? Feel like half your fort just still chills in the tavern all day? Build a bigger fort. Build more stuff. Build a guild hall for every skill. Build temples. Build a massive statue of a giant face. Why? Because you can. Build a massive minecart track. Dig too deeply and sort out that population problem. Make 20 squads and attack something. Start a new fort. Just let them drink for a year and automate it and see what happens. It's not necessarily a game where you need to be doing things at all times. You can absolutely just kind of let it run for a bit. See who gets married, follow the dwarven soap opera. It's a pretty good time. They are in fact Eiffel 65 lyrics. Yes. Yeah, sorry if that's kind of a non-answer, but like Dwarf Fortress is a classic example of make your own fun style of video game. So it's like when you run out of things to do, it's like, I don't know, do something else. Is honestly a lot of the answers that I have, because that's what I do. It's like, well, what do I do when I'm bored or run out of things to do? I do something else. Just to sort out the miscellaneous jobs. Also, yeah, just to like put stuff away. Like it's very much like spring cleaning can be like a legitimate job in Dwarf Fort that lasts for not a trivial amount of real life time. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and can't even remember the last time they had some. Is the only way that you used to be able to tell who was a vampire and who wasn't. Spring cleaning in Dwarf Fortress can take so long that it takes multiple years and multiple springs, yes. This is true. No, it's not a flavor text. It's how you keep your dwarves alive. Also, Pandasaurus Rex, that's a good thing to link. Good section of the wiki. I have a feeling these are going to cave in even if I do this, but... Well, it started with about 2,200 dwarves left, so you literally tripled the dwarven population in the world and killed 25% of the goblin population, which you considered a hell of a feat. Yeah, that's a feat. I'm assuming you did that over multiple forts. But yes, I would agree with that. That is quite the feat. Sounds like you had many grand adventures afoot. Get it? Because it was a feat? Ha! Streamer is a bad person and makes bad jokes. You know, earlier when the person was asking for advice on streaming, the thing I should have said is, make terrible jokes constantly and own them. I understand why people say I make dad jokes is because I like puns. It was a big fort and it lasted decades. What was the total population of it when you retired it? Was it literally like in the thousands, or was it you did multiple forts and then when you looked back at them later it said that it had that population? Because like right now, I'll go check in a second after I'm done cutting this out. Find this down. Please don't cave in. There you go. But if I jump up to where we currently are and go north, whoops. Remember Waterlungs, yeah? Well, Waterlungs has 1,000 people in it right now. 1,000 dwarves of the accidental sealing in the whales of drowning. Are you the Pontifex? I'm gonna need to like contemplate that one for a moment. Also, vampires, you are listening, are perhaps a difficulty type setting that reverts it to a regular sprite. Well, they're supposed to be able to disguise their appearance, right? And like, you know, we could go the Blade route of things where they just put on sunscreen. But like, I don't know. I guess I would like it more if like vampires used some of their like horrific ingenuity to, you know, I don't know, wear a dwarf's face or something. Like, you're already eating people. Why don't we like let them just wear a face? You just you just updated the Steam Store page with the DICE award badge and nothing else exciting. I haven't gotten a ping because my phone's actually like in airplane mode currently. I'll be honest, I haven't been paying as much attention to my phone as of late, but would have noticed after stream. And I would have been staring at it going, what has changed? How are 1,000 dwarves living there? Oh, there's definitely 1,000 dwarves living there. But, I mean, DICE Award is well-deserved. Definitely something that's worth updating a Steam page for. Yeah, I've just been in spring depression Twitter sucks mode. Like, I'm actually, like, this close to, like, just straight up taking another break from social media. Last time I took a break from social media, I was gone from all social media except for Discord and streaming for, about a year and a half. So, I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully, if I do that again, by the time I come back, Twitter's just gone. And that's just kind of made me put my phone into airplane mode when I turn my stream on now. Well, less airplane mode, more just like I can still receive texts from my mom. Just internet and data's off. Because that's the only person that texts me, so. You might delete Twitter for real because it sucks and you hate Elon? I mean, I've said this for a while. The only reason I still have Twitter is because streamers insist on talking on Twitter. But, like, I do have to say, stay somewhat connected to my industry. Also, Kit Fox Games just announced a sequel. 6 Ages 2. That seems bad. Well. The Forgotten Beast. Oil? You know, my brain initially read that as oil alpaca. Oil alpaca has come. A great quadruped composed of salt. That is harsh. It has wings and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its webs. I hope it can't actually fly. It doesn't seem to actually be flying. Okay, no, it's definitely flying. Well, there goes Aramis. I'm going to lock all the dwarves in the tavern. Okay. Lamb's Hollow the Great, eh? I'm gonna tell you to go up into this top corner. And let's see if I can get them up here first. Here it goes. Webs go out. Who's caught? That's Claiborne. So hopefully they're able to hit it from above. We appear to be on top of it. Somebody's losing a limb. Whose limb is that? Or is that just a pile of salt? That might actually just be a pile of salt. You left for 2 minutes? So for reference, the whole point of this fort is I'm not allowed to lock out the caverns. The forgotten beasts are just allowed to attack. That's the whole point of the fort. So it's not that, you know, you just left. This is just the way this fort works. We have to fight the beasts that arrive. Blood Odin slashes the forgotten beast in the right front foot with her adamantine short sword, breaking away a piece of the tissue. The force pulls the right front leg, and the severed part sails off in an arc. Well, I did kill one person already, and we also got a punch in. Let's move the game a few turns forward. Where'd it go? Is it dead? The sword, okay, right, Ryo Shinkat stabs the Forgotten Beast in the upper body with his sword, breaking away the, did it literally just fly to pieces? It literally flew to, I mean, that's its leg. That's its neck. That's its lower body. It exploded. It flew to pieces. So, fun fact about webs. If you need to fight a web beast, make sure you always have a ramp. Because if you have dwarves on top of the ramp, and it has to go up, they can't web vertically or horizontally. Like, they can't do, like, the Castlevania thing where you can, like, whip up and then whip diagonally. They can't do that. They can only shoot horizontally. So if you can get underneath them or above them, you can't lose, because they will be trying to web up or down and they will miss. And as long as they don't get webbed, the dwarves will be fine. And we have pretty good weapons. I'm just amazed at how much it exploded, though. I mean, that too. In regards to, like, ways of disposing of web critters. Ad block also works. And we found Captain. Rest in peace, Captain Aramis. It's a damn shame, that. No PJ Salt, Rauschin Cat. No PJ Salt. Anyway, since there's a captive Kit Fox in the chat, so when is when we getting those baby sprites in Dwarfort? Because people keep asking me. Adventure mode's not gonna be out for like a year. Come on. That we know is not coming out anytime soon. I'm perfectly realistic about the release date for Adventure Mode, and it's not going to be for a while. Will be soon? Okay. Good to know. Time is relative, yes, naturally. You know, I really like it when people say soon TM, because I like Trackmania, and TM is Trackmania to me. So soon Trackmania. Yes, Trackmania soon. The game I don't stream, but played more than I should. Yeah, no, I've posted that link in a few places where people might see it in regards to the adventure mode thing. Because you're hiring an audio designer. Methinks. Probably this week? Well, I mean, it's Tuesday. It'll be done on Tarn time, when Tarn is ready for it to be done. Did I make more of those? No, I didn't. Did I make more of these? No, I didn't. Well, that's not good. It will definitely be out when it's released. Sure. Yeah, it's like okay, so it's like if babies will be out at some point, that means they'll either be out tomorrow or like Friday. Well, note that fort still has the second cavern layer locked because there was a sprite of an iron forgotten beast with a syndrome that made dwarves rot. I really like that syndrome. That's a fun syndrome. Because you read like their health description, it's like they're just like inflated pus bubbles. And then there's just miasma everywhere. And you're like, where did all this miasma come from? What the fuck? It's horrific when it happens. You know, I want to turn off cooking of plump helmets so that they cook something else. We're making lavish meals with plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets, plump helmets. I'm going to disable cooking plump helmets, not because I don't want them cooking plump helmets, but because we need some variety here. Come on, guys. Like, I actually have no problems with them cooking plump helmets. We have tons of them, but... You will need a lot of new sounds. And hopefully new music, too. Wink, wink. Let's do that. More of these. Although, fortunately, we lost a bunch of dwarves to a vampire, so maybe I don't need to make as many new beds. Music things are cooking. Mm-hmm. You hate it when military dwarves snipe the gathered sunberries before they make their way to the still? Don't give your military backpacks. They don't actually need backpacks. They just make everything green. Are you, Well, I know that you guys are selling branded beer mugs, so I'm trying to think what else is, like, on brand for me. I know that there's talk of a record that's in the works. But that was just because there was a literal poll put on Dabu's YouTube channel a while ago about that. So I assume that that's in the works. That's about as many guesses as I can do the things that I know that are already like semi-public. Spider silk socks in the store when? I don't disagree with that one. 100% cave spider silk. They're just normal cotton, but like it just says 100% cave spider silk in like one spot on it. Socks would be inspired. That's one way to put it. Although I would like a Mr. Potato Head Gorlak. Like if we could get a Mr. Potato Head style Gorlak, like, you know, it's a Gorlak, but like you can pull its eyes off, pop its eyes on, and like give it sunglasses and a mustache. 10 out of 10 kids toy. I'm pretty sure it would take off. Definitely wouldn't be the newest Garbage Pail Kids. Forgotten Beast silk would be good. I mean, that's just Amazon, right? Amazon's a Forgotten Beast. I'm sure Amazon could, like, drop ship some silk socks somewhere for us. All right. Well, now that I've got that constructed, I think the next thing for us to work on is that aqueduct idea. Because I need power. Although it's apparently something else if you're using it for power generation. So not an aqueduct, but whatever the power generation equivalent of an aqueduct is. So we're going to be digging from up here over to here. Because this is filling from off map currently. That, or we could just dig into the aquifer, which I personally think would be much easier. So let's focus on just getting space for liquids to flow. So we're just going to basically have space for it to flow all the way through here and then into this wall and then down through this wall and then off the map. That's what I'm going to do. Pretty sure it's saying 100% cave spiders suck. Not phantom spiders? Come on, you casuals. A Gorlak, Wambler, and Plump Helmet Man? I mean, I think the easiest one of that would just be a Wambler. It's just a ball of fuzz. Just a big old ball of floof. That has something on it that states filled with 100% real pudge. And then it's like, what is pudge? Don't ask. Doesn't matter. Just, it's filled with real pudge. Not that fake stuff. Just the real stuff. Okay, so they should be able to dig that out pretty quick. Although I'm kind of realizing a issue with my plan here. I need the water to run on this layer. It's not so bad. I can let it flow down. The reason I need it to run on this layer is if it runs on the upper layer, I'm not actually going to have anywhere to build water wheels. Which is a bit of an issue. So I need it to flow in this way. Which, yeah, we can do pretty easily. Casualty. I can neither confirm nor deny whether or not your dwarf will become a casualty. But what kind of dwarf would you like? I'm pretty sure that the pudge that fills Fluffy Wamblers predates the Dota player, but I could be mistaken. And also, I think pudge is also just a word unrelated to Dwarf Fortress. I'm pretty sure it's like candy filling or something. If you have any beardless dwarves married to other beardless dwarves, I'm going to be honest with you. That's like a 5% chance, and I'm not going to go through every single dwarf and check. And because I'm not using Dwarf Therapist, I don't have an easy way to check. Basically, like when it comes to this, it's like I can't give you very specific requests because I'm just not going to go through and find somebody very specifically like that. So if you have a general job and beard or no beard, I can abide by that request. Otherwise, I can refund it if you don't want that. Happiest non-military dwarf? Beard or no beard? Or actually, which one do you want? Just ask you that. Happiest lady dwarf actually is in the military, oddly enough. Doosom, thrilled about their life. Theryl's pretty happy. We got Godin pretty happy. Bumrek pretty happy. Beardless? Okay. You're a shearer, then. You do has a spouse. You have a daughter. Casualty. Values peace, merriment, and introspection. She feels best when everybody gets along without any strife or contention and is often nervous and is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors. She is curious and eager to learn and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and rarely feels discouraged and tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She has a sense of duty, though she still holds the law in disdain and tries to keep her things orderly, and she is stubborn, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She is quite polite and doesn't seek out excitement. She lives a fast-paced life. She can handle stress. Well, that's good. She laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated and interrupts others during conversations, and when she's exasperated. And she needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, believes it is little is better in life than a good party, and thinks that introspection is valueless, and sees those that waste time in self-examination are deluded fools. Considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and does not respect the law. She likes hornblende, iron and almandine, clear glass, badger leather, and desert tortoise and tooth, and naff paper in the color peach, spears and coffins and blue peafowls for their enormous fantails, and monarch butterfly men for their coloration, and the sight of the adoration of butterflies, interesting, and when possible prefers to consume monitor lizard and tomatillo wine, and absolutely hates purring maggots. Word. You have no kills, and she would be a very thin frame, now bearing enormous lardy burden. You know, sometimes when I read the dwarves' descriptions, I just feel like I'm being mean. An enormous lardy burden. Her quite long eyebrows are high, and she has a rounded chin, and her head is broad. Her eyelashes are extremely short. Her very long hair is braided, and her slightly close-set gold eyes are slightly rounded, and her ears are somewhat tall, and her hair is amber, and her skin is cinnamon. Purring maggot plushie? I mean, like, I don't need to buy it, so you can make whatever plushie you want. Although I would say that Minecraft did real well with, like, the pixel art pick things. Like, why can't we just get, like, I don't know, Prince of, like, Forgotten Beasts or something? Why does it have to be purring maggots and dwarven cheese? It's always dwarven cheese. It's always the purring maggots. All right, let's cut out this. They don't have to pass through that. All right, let's get back to that water thing that we were working on. So I'm going to need to roof this off is what we're going to need, I guess. So we're going to go around here. Salt. Around here. Salt. Up to here. Rock salt. And over to here. Rock salt. We're going to do rock salt there. Rock salt there. So we're going to drop the water from over here, flow it into there, force it down. And oh, wait, actually, did I make... Okay, I made more ramps. Those are supposed to be walls. Build those ramps. You're very emotionally attached to the cheese? Are you going to be like that one person that married a Tetris cartridge? Married an image of cheese? Oops, all ramps. I mean, Sounds like a fortress theme if I ever heard one. Oops, all ramps! I don't know. I feel like Fangamer's been kind of slow with the Dwarf Fortress merch, and I'm a little bit annoyed by it. Well, no, I mean, not. I mean, technically, this is a themed fort as well. But the next theme that I want to do, Al, is I can't dig. I can only make ramps. So everything's just gonna become giant pit mines. Because if I can't dig and all I can do is dig out ramps or channel, I guess, it's gonna end with some really weird constructions. Oh yeah, you'd be able to make magma forges just all I mean, if it was above the magma sea, it would need to be 2 levels deep. It was an issue with their factories apparently. Oh no. Could you make an artificial brook? If you mean brook as in the ones that they can cross, no. But like you could use ramps to make artificial rivers, yeah. Dwarf made rivers. Nothing crazy's happened while you were gone, Elfie. Sucks to not have them by now. Yeah. I guess I'm just kind of spoiled. Like the merch company that's making my stuff is just like so fast, it's like inhuman. Like I ordered a sample for myself once and it arrived 2 days later, which is just like, hold on a second. You made a thing, shipped it, and it arrived 2 days. How? I'm still wondering. I don't act like it's inhumanly fast. It's inhumanly fast. It's terrifyingly fast. It's faster than Amazon. It's weird. It's to the point where like I don't believe that like there's shenanigans afoot somewhere. Like how are you doing that? Do dwarves like swimming pools? Do they like swimming pools? No. Can you make them swim? Yes. I don't think I would describe dwarves' interaction with swimming. Like, when dwarves are swimming, they're swimming for their lives. They're trying to not die because somebody threw them into a pool. I wouldn't describe that as enjoying swimming pools. But yes, you can force them to swim. Like, if you put them in water that's 3 of 7 deep, that wasn't supposed to be that. That was supposed to be a fortification. If you put them in water that's 3 or 4 or 5 of 7 or 6 of 7 deep, force them to path into it at 3 of 7 and then fill it up to 5 or 6 of 7, they won't drown. They will just eventually become legendary swimmers. Do they like it? Absolutely not. But, like, you can do it. It's probably because walking through the moat was a faster method of, like, pathing. So if, like, the distance is shorter, they will take the shortest distance, even if it goes through oceans. I don't think they actually get thoughts about the water. Like, it's not a, oh, they don't like swimming because they get negative thoughts about swimming. I don't think it's like that. It's it's sort of like being on fire in Dwarf Fortress. There is no mood or thought associated with it. It just happens sometimes. And if it happens and, like, your dwarf can't swim and it's gonna go above their head, then they will just drown. But they don't get particularly, like, happy thoughts because they're in water. It's not like what's the word? It's nothing like mist or something where they get specific thoughts for being close to a waterfall. No, dwarves hate being rained on. They don't hate being wet. Specifically being rained on is the thing that they don't like. Well, they don't dislike drowning. They're kind of indifferent to it. It's like, you set a dwarf on fire. They don't have any thoughts associated with being on fire. So all they go is, I'm choking on some smoke underground. That is annoying. They don't actually care about being on fire. They just don't like choking on smoke. Like, literally look at a dwarf's thoughts while they're burning. They don't go like, ah, I'm on fire or something. It's literally just... How about new merch idea, right? Get together with the Lego company, okay, and get them to make a Seven Dwarves Lego kit. That'll never happen, but that's my new merch idea that's impossible. Actually, on the side note, can we get like a Lego ideas page for a Lego wagon? Isn't Lego like constantly going tits up? Like, isn't that like every other year like Lego almost goes out of business? I feel like that's just a constant with Lego. But seriously, we should make a Lego... Someone needs to design like a Dwarf Fortress wagon, and we need to get a Lego Ideas page for that. Because that would be awesome. I don't know. I feel like Lego is just constantly going tits up, so it's hard to say. Honestly, I feel like Lego is one of those companies that just constantly has articles about how they're about to go out of business, but I also feel like they're probably like Nintendo, where they're just quietly sitting on mountains of money. This is true, Evan. You have a Lego compatible company. Okay. There's a lot of like weird ats and dots in there, like Lucky Soft. So that does license Star Trek models and stuff. Huh. Cool. I'm sure you could just like 3D print Lego compatible shit too. Like, it's not like there's anything really stopping you from doing something like that. Toady one written in Comic Sans font. Why don't you just Photoshop that in like 2 minutes, or like mock that up in MS Paint and print it out and frame it? And then you can at least tell people, original creation, do not steal. The Dwarf Fortress community is so obsessed with throwing money directly at, like Bay 12. We're just sitting here coming up with the worst merch ideas. They run off. Although at this point right now, all I'm really obsessed with is convincing people to come back to streaming Dwarf Fort, because it kind of makes me a little sad when I wake up in the morning and I see 6 people watching Dwarf Fort again. It's like, man, it's like back in the old days. Bearded Toad plushie? Tarn doesn't always have a beard. Tarn only has a beard when he hasn't patched the game in a while. Yeah, no, it's all good. It's all good, Lucky Soft. It just took me a second to like comprehend what you were writing. I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure that's just a thing. Like, Tarn cuts his hair when he patches the game. So if Tarn looks scraggly, he just hasn't patched the game in a while. And like, it got pretty bad, at least in my YouTube comments during Premium's development, because the game didn't get a patch for like almost 2 years, right? So Tarn kind of was starting to look like Doc Brown for a bit there. Grows a patch on his chin. I just go look at any like photos of Tarn from like 6 months ago. You'll know what I mean. Or just like any of their preview videos that have Tarn in it. All right, so hopefully this doesn't catch any dwarves. Could also just put a floodgate in here. Whoa! Fida is gifting a Vile Force of Mug to the chat. So if you would like a chance to win the Vile Force of Mug, speaking of original content, do not steal. I don't know. It's not my copyright or anything. You can type an exclamation point, enter for a chance to win. Okay, you know what? We'll do it this way. So the water's going to flow here, there, down into here, and then all the way along this. And then off the map. It's been through your dishwasher like 10 times and the image is still fine. Well, it is dishwasher safe, so. Like, I've had very similar screen printed mugs like that for like a very long time, and the image is still fine, so. Lucky Soft. I hope that your thumb gets better, and congrats on acquiring a Vile Force of Mug. Just simply click on that link and verify your account. That feature hasn't stopped being cool yet. All right, let's do that. This. Let's do that. Let's let them build this. And Baka Glass, thank you very much for chucking out a 5-pack of gift subs. Cheers. You know, fun fact, Adra the Metal Outlaw is actually like, he usually uses his Prime here. He's like, he's got a founder's badge on this channel. That's kind of funny. Well, cheers, dude. I recognize most of those names, actually. There's like one on there I don't. The rest of them are all like vaguely familiar. Uh-oh. Apparently I made a wall out of the wrong material. What is that? Copper? That is definitely copper. We will not build that. I mean, hi, new here. I'm blind. It really doesn't feel that long? I mean, you've been around for a while. I mean, I recall, like, you've been watching certainly before the days of premium. But I don't know. It's really weird. Like, channels have influxes of views, which almost end with it feeling like different generations of audience members for each stream. And for me, it's like we've kind of just hit a new era, I suppose. I don't know. That's weird wording because people use the word era in odd formats these days that I don't understand because I'm an old man. But like, we're definitely in a new era right now. People are very generous. Panic. Okay, well that's going to be quite a bit of water power right there. Which means I might need to rip this off, actually. These ramps. Place them with just flooring. And that can be where the power goes through. And we can put a gear over here. Run power this way. So I could even just like plop some of these on as like a prototype. 2 blood thorns. We'll just replace these with floors. Should be good. Blind chat the next generation? No, I think at this point we've probably hit Deep Space Nine. Like if we're just going with Star Trek references, I think at this point we're in Deep Space Nine. It's been a bit. There's been, can I be Quark? Anybody can be Quark if you try hard enough. Just remember, Quark is a crappy role model. Although at least he put his kid in school. He tries. Quark is a savvy businessman and people person. I don't know. He might be giving Quark too much credit, but... is what he would say. Okay, fair enough. I like Quark. Quark is a lovable weirdo. All right, well, that's going to be our start for water flow. So now we just need to get the water out of here somehow. So I guess what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to dig through this. Let's hope this doesn't cancel all the way through. Probably will. You prefer Q? You're a fan of the realm of John Delancey? I will say, Elite Dangerous is like 500 times better if your ship computer voice is just John Delancey. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. I've heard lovely things about him as a person, and I know people who've worked with him in like the game space and modding, and seems like a fun dude. Anybody who's capable of putting on a personality that vibrant and entertaining in a TV series has got to be at the very least entertaining to be around in person. It's funny because now people ask you how you have forts weather literally any storm, but the answer is just 3 years of practice. I used to think that when you started Dwarf Fort, it was a game of luck, but nowadays it's... Oh yeah, no, like it's like impossible to lose if you know what you're doing. It's like you really need to let things go south. Like the last fort that I had, right? Like Anger Forest, where we weren't allowed to dig, right? That fort didn't die because it was hard. That fort died because I literally was not allowed to mine the stone. If like we changed the rules for like a minute and let me mine some stone so that I could, you know, just memorialize all the dwarves that drowned and didn't have ghosts in the fort for like, I don't know, multiple years, that fort would have been totally fine. Like no problems, none whatsoever. Like literally wouldn't have had an issue. It would have just been done and dusted, no problems. Issues gone. Need to make something out of copper. Let's just make 60 menacing copper spikes. I do, yeah, okay, I know, I recall that. But, like, even with that, like, so it was about a year and a half with no stone that drove us nuts. And it was literally just because I had dwarves in the water. But, like, if, you know, anyway. If I could have dug, I would have gotten them out way faster, is I guess what I'm trying to say. So it's like, it's not because the game was difficult. It's because I had self-imposed limitations that prevented me from succeeding. Is I guess what I'm trying to say. Left for a minute to make a post and the post. Oh. Well then. There you go. Merch idea. Put that on a mug. Okay, I'm just randomly getting gifted subs to channels I've watched twice. Cool. I mean, I saw it the first time, but welcome back, Al. Congrats on making that amazing pitch for Dwarf Fortress merch. What do I think about it? I don't really have any thoughts on it, specifically because Zach and Tarn, the creators of Dwarf Fortress, have been very open and vocal about the fact that part of their interest in developing Dwarf Fortress and part of what they're interested in developing about Dwarf Fortress is that it's all handcrafted, and adding AI models would require them using other people's work because those AI models are trained on something, and thus it would no longer be handcrafted by Bay 12, and for them would remove everything that they enjoy about this game. So they've been pretty vocal about having absolutely no interest in incorporating any kind of AI language modeling, and considering, I think personally, that that industry right now is fraught and concerning and fascinating and terrifying, I don't blame them for their handcrafted art project. So I don't expect that you'll see that ever. So what do I think about it? I don't really have any thoughts because it's not something that'll ever happen. I need to be melting metal objects. And now we're stuck in an ad anyway, so I shouldn't really be saying much. Try and build a similar fort, Russ. Like, you can do that. Like, if you know the circumstances that caused that to happen, you could recreate it. So you had to screenshot the text in a Google Doc first. Well, I think the goal was to make something terrible, and I think you achieved that. I think it certainly does add to the quality of the image, though. I don't have any idea what that is, Freehold Boreas. But, you know, I mean, for me personally, like, if I for some reason had to write something that I wasn't comfortable writing, I could see myself using a generative AI model to write something and then use that as a reference for what I should be writing. But, like, I don't really see myself using it for anything. I don't even use predictive text on my fucking phone. So, but yeah, no, I mean, having heard Tarn talk pretty bluntly about, yeah, we have no interest in incorporating any kind of AI modeling into Dwarf Fortress because it would ruin Dwarf Fortress in their eyes. And yeah, no, I just don't expect it to ever happen. Oh, they're the Pathfinder peeps? Okay. I don't follow the tabletop space at all, so you're going to have to humor me there a little bit. It's just not something I have any knowledge of. Well, I mean, it's like... actually, the people that I do feel real bad for is about 2 years ago, I received an email from these two dudes that were working on a Dwarf Fortress mod. And this Dwarf Fortress mod was a DF hack plugin that its whole goal was it ties into Dwarf Fort and it looks at the faces of your dwarves and then prints that on screen. So essentially the whole pitch of this mod was it would basically give you a thing that you could minimize and pop up, and then whenever you selected a dwarf by their description, it would give you an image. And they hand drew all of these. And like, it was good art. It looked really nice. And this was maybe, I don't know, half a year before Midjourney went into beta. And they had like a Patreon set up and we're trying to like make a little business out of it. And they were like, yeah, no, we want to launch this alongside of the Steam version. We were just trying to get it out ahead, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, oh, this is really cool. Did anyone go into the D&D movie? What, like go see it? I haven't seen it, if that's what you're asking. I probably won't. I did go see Cocaine Bear, though. Oh, that was very good. Planning on seeing John Wick 4. I have to watch John Wick 3 first, though, which I'll do by the weekend. I'll probably go see it this weekend. Because I was hoping to go on a hike this weekend, but it's looking like it's just going to be raining and 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 some more raining. And then after it's done raining, it's going to rain some more. So, not super stoked about that. Perfect hike weather? It's not the worst hiking weather, but not the best. Okay, well, we need to stay up here. I was thinking this might actually be getting too deep pretty soon. Video game is Owlcat. I know that. Just keep up, keep up. I really should make a way of blocking this once it's flowing, but I'm not going to. Because, where's the fun in that? I think what I'm going to do... Oop. Got a dwarf that's been taken by a fey mood. I'm going to need to seal off the sides of this. Not too bad. I just need to get it up to the edge. Well, I mean, actually, if I could just channel down. I'm going to force this down there and there. Well, I could do it right here. So we're going to channel down right there. That's going to force the water to go straight down into there. Hopefully, little to no spread. Hopefully. And minimal splat from the dwarves. I could do this way smarter is what I'm trying to say, but instead of doing it smart, why don't we do this fun? Can training be a cause of mangled armor? I don't think so. Time can, though. No, that's generally combat that causes that. Or like accidents. Like a cave-in could cause that. Or like, although it depends on what you're doing for training. If you're firing stuff out of minecarts at your squad, yeah, that could mangle your armor. Hello, Pack Smack. Let's get this done. Let's get that done. The Hall of Dells has many members in Danger Caves and now requires a grand guild hall. Grand, you say? Well, we'll have to upgrade my farmer's hall soon. Should be easy enough to get completed. Found somewhere that storing armor in bins can cause mangling. I've never seen that. I read somewhere that there's a lot of things that are made up about Dwarf Fortress or reporting on old bugs that got fixed a decade ago. But I've certainly never seen nor heard of that. You stuck? Oh, no, you're digging channels currently. I mean, yeah, refuse, but that's got nothing to do with storing items in bins. I guess, like, if you're using an everything stockpile, I guess that could cause that, but that's unrelated to bins. Because the bins would also be rapidly degrading. But yeah, if the little if refuse are enabled, then yes, that will mangle and cause everything to degrade. Any refuse. It's got nothing to do with just rotten corpses. It's literally like skin, bone, any refuse. It is there so that it's a mechanic that's there so that you have some chance of getting rid of stuff. But this is one of the reasons why you'll hear people be like, use specific stockpiles for specific things. Don't use general stockpiles because you'll run into issues. But yeah, whoever's writing about storing items in bins make stuff fall over is a little silly. That's just inaccurate. Although, to give you guys an idea about how out of date some people's information about this game is, there was that one person that tuned in once that said that they were new to Dwarf Fortress and trying to learn it, and this was before Premium came out. And so, you know, we were offering advice and all this and yada yada. And then started to realize that they must have been playing on an older version because they kept referencing things that, like, were very out of date. And then at one point I was like, what version of the game are you playing? And they're like, hold on. It was like 30 something. And I'm like, okay, first off, that's like a version from like 2012. Second, why are you using such an old version? They're like, well, I installed it off the disk. To which we said, what? Well, apparently they went to a used bookstore, bought a copy of the O'Reilly book on how to play Dwarf Fortress, which is, you know, kind of a legend in its own right at this point. And it included a burned copy of Dwarf Fort. So they bought a used copy of a used book on how to play Dwarf Fortress, which apparently included a disc which included like a very, very, very old build of the game and how to play the game. I mean, it's a neat book. There's a disc. No, there isn't. There is no hard copies of Dwarf Fortress available for sale. So no, there isn't. But somebody burned one. It is kind of endearing. And then after we all had a very hearty laugh about it, they're like, well, I guess I'm going to try and learn this version before I go and install a more modern version. And it was kind of neat. I've got a dwarf haunting the fort. So we need to make a slab, not a sab, a slab. So yes, kind of endearing, but like some people certainly have some very out-of-date information about Dwarf Fort, and it's nothing to be ashamed about. Also, I'm going to go down to this stockpile down here, and I'm going to also... Bars. Where's bars on here? Why am I not seeing bars? Oh, I see bars and blocks. Duh. There you go. Install these. Okay, well, I need to lock this door. This door needs to stop. Actually, you know what? I can unlock this door and we can just fill it up with a brick right now. Mad Wolf, what kind of dwarf would you like? Kind of... Just trying to get this done, but what kind of dwarf would you like? Beard with dealer's choice? Okay, happiest dwarf with beard. Not angriest, happiest. Bombwreck, the metal crafter. Actually, do you have a dwarf already? I can't remember if you did. You might. Let me just double check. You may have also died horrifically. Yeah, it looks like it. All right. Where'd that dwarf go? There you are. I know you had one at one point, so I just had to double check. He lives at a slow-going and leisurely pace and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, likes to brawl and occasionally overindulges, tends to ask for help with difficult decisions, and is often cheerful, and often bites his nails when he's trying to remember something and becomes very rigid when he's angry. And he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a great work of art and personally has abandoned any attempt at self-control and finds the whole concept deeply offensive and views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and finds leisure time to be wasteful. Is currently listening to a story, so is definitely wastefuling his time away. Finds friendship burdensome and is put off by family. Dreams of creating a grand work of art, likes Cryolite Violet and Sespertine and cotton paper and the color taupe and the cabochons and millstones and toy hammers and the words of the berries of serenity, and when possible, prefers to consume salmon and goat cheese and rye beer, and absolutely hates jumping spiders even though they're adorable, and his very long beard is arranged in double braids, his sideburns are clean shaven, his very long mustache is neatly combed, his hair is clean shaven, his nose is sharply hooked, his ears are extremely narrow, and his slightly rounded copper eyes are protruding, and his hair is raw umber, and his skin is a crow. You know, Simply Jeef, the thing that I like to remind people about dwarves and dwarf fort is they're kind of designed like a horoscope. They're designed to be creepy-ishly like you. That's like the whole point of the way they're written, is so that you go, man, that's relatable. Or, man, I know a person like that. So that you go, I've met that person before. And then it makes them more believable as characters. So. Part of me was just doing that to get that door out of there. All right, so that slab's probably made. Let's, nope, not made yet. I do need alcohol to get through the working day. I hope you don't, because that's an awful spot to be in. Anvil, thank you very much for the 4th month with Prime. Welcome back. Uh-oh. It's getting too deep. Shit. This is going to cause a bunch of dwarves to just randomly drown. I'm calling it here. I mean, questions are completely illegal on this stream. You'll figure that out eventually, but sure, what's your question? Nothing random about why they're drowning here. I mean, okay, it's not the drowning that will kill them. It's the fall damage, actually, that will kill them. Because they'll get whooshed down this drain and whee, splat. Is it an artifact? So it's an artifact, I assume? These dwarves are also getting swimming skill. The corridor of swimming lessons. Hardly. Leeching an aquifer is something you've always enjoyed. I'm glad that I've started seeing other people using it, because for years, aquifers are just like, don't settle on aquifers, aquifer bad, was kind of the prevailing, like, audience opinion of aquifers, but it's like, aquifers are awesome. I've never answered a question his entire career. If someone asks a question, they totally won't make a tutorial video. Here's the thing, though. Often when people ask for tutorials now, I don't make tutorial videos about them because I've made so many. Like, just use your imagination, figure it out. On a tile with a major river and you've been wanting to do the same, you've generated dozens of worlds looking for one, but you haven't found anything wider than a standard river. No, this was a completely default generation settings. You just have to look for them. I know that if you go into Advanced World Gen and you turn up like rainfall, that can make them more likely. So turn up erosion in Advanced World Gen. And that might give you some more luck. Okay, that's filled up. Okay, well, let's forbid this door. No, I'm just telling them to mine within aquifers. What's only within in advanced about that? Literally just mining through them the same way that you'd mine through any aquifer. Anyway, we got plenty of liquid flow here now, so Let's do this. Do I have floor grates right now? No. See how much copper I have left. I might also just be out. Just make gold ones. Yeah, we are out. Okay, I'm going to just make gold floor grates then. So it takes 2 copper bars to make a menacing spike, by the way. Gold, great. Let's do 6. But the current project is we're channeling an aquifer in to make a power source, but this fortress is an open cavern fort. Simple. Make ocean, drain ocean, flood ocean. Have water, have a submarine fort. This is where the water is going to land. Encrusted with killinite, cabochon, studded with iron, decorated with apricot wood and giant weasel leather, and encircled with bands of rectangular jet cabochons and menaces with spikes of apricot wood, and then goes on about describing 3 images on it. Yeah, I love it when you get artifacts like that, where it's just like, oh, wow, that's a short novel. Nice. Artifacts like that are a lot of fun, generally. Okay, I would like them to stop using this very silly set of roofs as a pathway, because I don't really want it as a pathway. All right, let's... Got 1 gold floor grate built. Probably memorialize Servesh now. Come on. Why don't you unpause with spacebar when I'm in this menu? All right. I mean, if you want to make a submarine, like, do you mean, like, actually floating? Because, like, if you want to make a submarine, just drain ocean, build fort in ocean, flood ocean. Easy. Or settle on a big river, dig big hole around fort, build fort, fill in water. And if you have glass windows, then your dwarves can admire the dead dwarves on the outside. It's great. Really, it's just the DF wiki. Maybe the forums and like the subreddit. But websites, I mean, there really isn't much outside of the Dwarf Fortress wiki. Sometimes dwarves pretend to be submarines. .tv/BLNDRL. I appreciate the call out, but I'm not sure that that's the most helpful. Yeah, I mean, the wiki is kind of incredible. I mean, there are really bad articles that like copy information directly from the wiki. There's lots of YouTube videos that also copied information directly from the wiki. Yeah, and most of those questions can just be answered by asking somebody who would know. Build a glass house underwater? Why not just do it? Just settle on a beach, chop down some trees, make some charcoal, glass house, bang, done, easy. I love how the 2 most upset dwarves in this fortress are a vampire, and a child. I mean, to be fair, the child has been haunted by the dead for the past little while, so I don't actually blame the child for being super depressed. No, it's because they're being haunted by their dead parent. Is literally the, like, cause of the anger. I think is reasonable. Dealt with that, ghost. Now we're trying to go, okay, what is taking you idiots so long to place a grate there? Oh, it's because a child is making it. Okay, I get it. It's heavy. More than from nothing more than social interaction? A poor child. Am I becoming the rest of the fucking owl subreddit? Mariv? Because that's what it makes me look like, I think. I don't know what... I don't actually think that vampire is gay. What? The other one was. She was. But we expelled her when she came back. That's totally fair. I guess I am becoming a bit of the rest of the fucking owl subreddit. The rest of the fucking owl subreddit is a very good subreddit, so... You know, I may have fucked up. I'm gonna need to do this diagonally. If I don't remove the pressure on this, this is all just gonna go goosh and probably flood a good chunk of my fort. Which would admittedly be kind of hysterical, but not exactly the outcome I want. As funny as that would be, I don't really want to flood my fort. Just making sure all the holes are good to go. Save those 2 blocks. You recommend Krug Smash and Blind? I mean, the thing that I would recommend to people is if you're into Dwarf Fort or want to get into Dwarf Fort, just play Dwarf Fort and ask questions. We need more people working on the wiki, you know? Like, the people keeping that wiki updated are fucking heroes. And it's really just that simple. They are heroes. I would actually... Here's the thing. If you're interested in DF, but you don't want to play DF, then I would recommend Krug Smash. The problem that Krug Smash has, and I think he's aware of this too, is that he gives some people, like, the wrong idea. Because if you watch a bunch of Krug Smash videos, and, like, I've realized this over the years because I've had to deal with the fallout of it in a couple cases. People will watch a bunch of Krug Smash and be like, man, this game's incredible. And then start playing and be like, how come I don't get the same story as he does? And it's because, like, 90% of, maybe not 90%, but a good chunk of what he's doing in his storytelling videos is him just bullshitting. Like, he's just, like, willing stories into existence that really aren't there for the sake of entertainment. And it works. But if you don't know that and you think that the game is doing all of that, I've definitely seen some people get rather disappointed at his work, and then compiling into my chat and be like, why the it's like, well, how do you make that? How? But he did it. It's like, yeah, because he made it up. because he's telling you a story, not because he's showing you raw gameplay. He's using it as a storytelling engine, not as a gameplay driver. Oh, it certainly does make the game fun. But I still think that it gives some people the wrong idea. He even talked about it? I haven't seen any videos where he's talked about it, but I also don't watch his stuff that often. And the reason I don't watch his stuff that often is because I see the gears turning. I can tell what he's doing when he's like telling those stories, which takes a lot of the magic out of it, I think. Because I play a lot of this game. Wow, poor Minifem having to do both of these. What a dwarf. It's called artistic license? Sure, but people also believe that half of the footage shown at E3 was real, right? If you look up, the ceiling says gullible. People are unfortunately very quick to take things as fact instantly and then get offended when it's not exactly the way they imagined it. And I have certainly seen some reviews of Dwarf Fortress kind of encountering basically that. So we're going to cut out this block here. Let's see how quickly this goes. That would be hysterical if you did. That'd be like the meanest landlord play ever. Just like have a blatant false advertising apartment that's like nowhere near as nice as the pictures and then just put gullible on the ceiling. Okay, this dwarf is coming down here to do that. Are you deriving or something, Orange? What do you mean by stable? Does it have a horse on it? All right. Uh-oh. So I got no way to stop this water flow, so it better not flood my whole fort. So far, so good. Well, it's flooding a little bit. Alrighty, dwarves. You better get over here and build this wall, yeah? We're getting some wet. Some overflow. Some whooshing in places we don't want it. And let's also get this filled in just in case. We get a little bit of rain. It's not the worst. A little bit of mist falling down from the newly created little waterfall. Also, I completely missed Freehold Boreas gifting a sub to Simply Jeef. You just do that so snipelishly, I miss it half the time. All right, well, water's flowing. Wheels are turning. Good stuff. We have got our artificial river. I don't need to do anything else. This is draining up here on this side, which seems to be fine. A little bit sketchy with the timing of getting the last bit of it together, but we're getting there. What do you guys think of my brand new waterfall? Flows down here, up here, and then off the side of the map. And then if we need more power, we can go get more power as well. Currently, it's generating 100 power. Ain't bad. It's going to be very pink because we're going to have Bloodthorn water wheels connected to rock salt mechanisms. Just have to make sure they're all bloodthorn, because if they're not, then it won't fit the color aesthetic of this space. Actually, I mostly have just bloodthorn, so perfect. Nice and fleshy. It's great for its body horror roots. Speaking of fleshy, there is a water buffalo cow that's starving to death there. We should eat it before it starves. Also, I super duper forgot to put another watch pig up here or something. Let's go with a watch duck. Kind of like the Binding of Isaac. Yeah, hopefully I never need to think about Binding of Isaac again, though. Oh no, water stopped flowing. Not enough flow to it. It's okay, we'll have to wait for it to flow off the map, probably. Quack Dart 2.0, this is true. Hopefully this one won't turn into charcoal. Yeah, currently this is flowing too efficiently. By that I mean I have too much water flowing into it. I need to lower down the amount of water. Which I should be able to do. Worst case scenario, I just simply loop it around this way. If I need it to drain quicker, or we go along the top of it and cut into it, and it'll drain quicker. But yeah, it looks like we need it to drain quicker. All right. To only select to do this, and somehow it's interesting to find out later. Yeah, I've definitely done that a few times, then not noticed for like hours. And it's not that much fun to then notice it later. I guess I could just move all of these to an upper level. Can I do this? No, I can't. We'll need to move these elsewhere in here. That's fine, though. Can still have the nice construction here. Even if it's not going to work in this exact location. Because there isn't enough flow on this, which, you know, is what it is. What? Craft Star stricken by melancholy. Are you trying to make an artifact that I failed?
Power of 5 plus 3 months.
Two to the power of... Did you do that in your head, or did you just happen to know that off the top of your head? Because I certainly didn't. Thank you very much for the 35th month, Darren. Welcome back. You want me to make Warhammers? Well, I can do that. Good mayor. Math checks? I always fail. We'll see. If it fixes itself, I'm going to keep an eye on it. But for right now, I might as well just deconstruct all the stuff and not worry about filling up the thing. Although, actually, something that might fix it would just simply be this. Letting it flow more. Or rather, channeling it from up here. Not down here. Increasing the flow might actually help too. So we'll try that. We can always rebuild it later if it needs it. But yeah, actually, you might be right. Maybe I don't even need to do this. It's already down to 4 of 7. We'll just leave that for now. Focus on the other thing. Oop, game saving. So in your current fort, you had a count from inheritance. Okay. You were offered a barony, so now you have the countess. So now the count's wife is a baron? Ooh, that's kind of cool. Keeping it in the family. I like it. Believable. Just like real life. I guess, yeah, that would mean that you would only need one set of rooms for them. Yeah, I would assume. Because you can't assign them to multiples. One likes querns, the other likes hatches. Yeah. Checks out. Sounds dwarfy. Both things that dwarves tend to like. Better than traction benches and totems. I don't think I've ever had anybody request a totem. And I'm pretty certain of this. I'm quite certain I've never had somebody demand a totem. I've certainly had like, oh, I want like clear, I want clear glass something, or like something that's difficult to do because like, oh, I have lack of sand or something, but. All right, let's just do flooring up to here. Please no presumed material, thank you. There you go. Just fill in that last tile. But yeah, I've definitely had requests for traction benches. I'm pretty sure I've never had a request for a totem. Let's try rebuilding these because of chat's comment on the won't the problem just solve itself anyway? Because I think you might be I'm pretty sure you're correct. So we'll just build 2 right here, and if they start spinning again, then we know that we're good. Yeah, I think I can also count on one hand the number of totems I've made in Dwarf Fort. And they were all as part of Long Death and something I wanted to build for Long Death, so. This game has totems? Yep. Requires a piece of wood and a skull, and they're made at a craftsdwarf shop. And so you could take like a Forgotten Beast skull and turn it into a totem. That is the sole purpose of them. You know, I just realized that barrels with alcohol in them have a little spout. Huh. All right, then. Barrels that have food in them. Like, this is a prepared meal barrel. It has giant bat tripe and plump helmet roasts. Hello, Zelser. How are you? Thank you very much for the 16th month. Gotta make the good times last. Did it again. Who left their pants in the tavern? Good question. Probably Urist, if I had to assume. Right, nope, you don't need 2 of those. Probably somebody who also doesn't have a cabinet in their bedroom. Duckling's been slaughtered. Vampires slipped into depression. Sad. To just not trading? Your home civ will eventually go to war with you. Snatcher? Interesting. I would consider that a downside. Yes, vampire. Well, there are no vampires in Dwarf, only vampires. Yes, if you attack them by killing caravans or not trading. Oh, there you go. Got beheaded. Well, so here's the thing that not trading does, right? Not trading lowers your relation with your home civ. So you will get less migrants, you will get less traders, they will bring less stuff, and it will degrade to a point where eventually they will just stop trading with you. And then if anything bad happens between you and them, then they will, yes, attack you, and it'll make your civ unplayable because the entire civ will erupt into civil war. I'm not joking. This is the game will eventually do that to you if you refuse to trade, but it'll take like 25 years. I would say the career of Snatcher seems like an unwise career to have. Especially being told, you're going to go to this extremely successful, extremely well-defended dwarven fortress. Now, good luck. That's where you tell your overlord, what if I don't? I'm quite happy with this little peak that I've built. I think I might just need to put the power wheels a little further up. Like up along here. In this area. I mean, I could do 3 across. Let's try it there. Turning to the advisor in confusion. What if they do? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of... there's definitely a comical bent to Dwarf Fort. So I'm sure that's exactly the way it would play out. Well, I mean, also, when you read the description of like what those overlords are doing for fun, it's like murder is a hobby for a lot of these guys. Not even saying, I don't even say that as a joke, like legit, like that is a pastime for them. Caravan from the dwarves arrives. So people were asking earlier, how do you get rid of a bunch of clothing quickly? Wait until your home caravan arrives. And hit X. And people will always remind me, like, you'll get false positives, yes. Some of the clothing sometimes will be false positives, but the vast majority of this is just crap that's lying around that is no longer claimed by dwarves, that is too low quality for other dwarves to claim. Yeah, well, don't use bins for clothing. Pro tip. There's certain things where bins are great. And then there's some things where bins are horrible. And certainly don't do generic everything bins, because those are always... Who needs to donate clothes to the Salvation Army when you have to well, I mean, Salvation Army, more like the homophobic army, but there's better places to donate clothes to than the Salvation Army anyway, considering such a high portion of the stuff that gets donated to them just gets thrown into the landfill anyway. At least here, if you're going to donate clothes, you're better off giving it to any homeless shelter. Sorry to make a serious subject out of a funny comment, but yes. Why donate to the Salvation Army when you can simply just give it to your other dwarves? Privately owned thrift stores are a treat, yes. But Salvation Army, Oh, yeah. No, there is no controversy there. You're fine. I just had this conversation with somebody the other day. All right, let's see. Are they all here? My broker is currently socializing, and not just socializing. I mean all caps socializing and loving it. I think it's time for Stillanitis here to be removed from this particular here job because they are enjoying that task so much that it makes no logical sense to keep them as my broker. So we're going to move Cybrek to the position of broker, who's already coming to trade at Depot. Well, it's impossible to stop being a vampire. So yes, Boozehammer is still a vampire. Because I didn't trade with them last year, I didn't get the oh, actually no, not because I didn't trade with them, but because I didn't accept the barony. I didn't get any, what's the word I'm looking for here? Because I didn't accept the barony, I didn't get any things I got. I didn't get to request anything. Oh, hey, but they brought books, though. But yes, Boozehammer is still a vampire and is still in the fort and is right here. And last I checked was in depression. So, like, I tried to give him a pick, but by the time I gave him a pick and locked him in there, he was like, sad face. Sad panda. This really should be flowing. That should have flow. Why do you not consider that flow? Silly game. Boozehammer does in fact still have 0 kill, and Redbug, the other vampire, showed up and ate 3 dwarves before I expelled her. How are you? Sorry. Nope. There is no sunlight issues for dwarves. I think that dwarves just have simply, you know, oh, I hear you there. I'm fucking depressed as hell. It's been a rough fucking week for me brain-wise. How's the casual elephant doing? I think he's still alive. Casual elephant is not pissed. Still an expert brewer. You're rusty at making bows and arrows. You're still given to rough and tumble brawling. Still dream of crafting a masterwork someday. And you're still the rumor of Banes. And you're very fat. So happy, I would say. I don't think so. Rune Rays, and I have no easy way to figure that out. It's generally safe to assume that no if you're in the military. Unless you already had them, so... What you'd have to do is you'd have to go back in the VOD and tell me. Or, Go back in the VOD, figure out their last name, download the world save, and then I'd have to look it up in Legends because the world save isn't that updated. So yeah, I don't have an easy way to check. Because not a lot of them are doing manual labor, and there's a really big active tavern. May also just be a faction trait. They also all have tall ears. Do I have any necromancers? Nope. I do not. We do apparently have cavern dwellers, though. Let's go get some free shields. Run away there, Weaver. Angry Bird is chasing you. Is terrified while in conflict, though. Stubborn. Disdains independence. She is very muscular and her feathers are brown, probably from all that flapping. Unbelievably stubborn and will stick with things, even if minor things, even if the most futile action once their mind is made up, like attacking the dwarves. We could just be friends. Why can't we be friends? Also, we're about to get hit by an ad, so I'm about to just not do anything for a minute. Seems to just be going for my military dwarves, and splat. Zon completely made her explode. Rest in peace, Cave Swallow Lady. Kind of like the way the wooden shields look. I like Viking shields. What's up, Ace? I'm gonna wait for that ad to end. You wish that you could adopt orphan cave person children? I just put them out of their misery. They will resent you. I mean, like, how do you think a child would feel in real life if you kill their parents and then adopt them? It's like, I'm here to murder your parents. Also, now you're my child. I feel like that's just going to cause some systemic trauma at that point. You might just be doing them a favor by removing them from existence. Sounds like a Netflix documentary. What, this is the family that murdered two parents and then adopted their child as their own and never told them until they got arrested 2 decades later. This is their story. Well, see, no, that's not how it works because goblins have very different ethics than dwarves. So no, just because the goblins do something doesn't mean the dwarves can. I mean, yeah, it sounds like a wild story. Nutty Wombat. What kind of dwarf would you like, though? See, that's just goblin culture, Casual Elephant, because murder is a personal matter in goblin culture. If we actually go to the goblin ethics page. Okay. If we go to the ethics of goblins, killing a neutral sapient is required. So neutral sapient is required. Killing a member of the same entity. So killing a member of the same faction is a personal matter. So neutral, it's required. Personal matter, if it's part of the same faction. Torture as example is acceptable. Torture for information is acceptable. Torture for fun is acceptable. Torture for animals is also acceptable. And murder is not treason. So assault is a personal matter. Eating sapients that have been killed in battle, so cannibalism is a personal matter. Making a trophy of a corpse of the same race is acceptable. Making a trophy from a corpse of another sapient race is acceptable. And making a trophy of a corpse of an animal is also acceptable. So, meanwhile, kobolds don't understand what treason is, nor do they understand what torture of animals is. And torture for fun's acceptable, but torture for information is not applicable because they would get no information from it. It's just funny because they can't understand you. To me, goblin ethics is just like, so we were talking about ethics, right? Like the difference between like dwarves, humans, and whatnot. It's like, oh, so goblins are just libertarians. Right. Everything's acceptable a personal matter. Like literally everything is personal matter. It's all, even slavery, personal matter. It's just like, okay. No, their language depends on context. So, yeah, so torturing for information is not applicable because they can't. They just, it doesn't work. They would just invent a bunch of words for pain and sadness and then move on with their days. Anyway, I need to scroll back up in chat and see. Nutty Wombat, what kind of dwarf would you like? You'll take a scholar if possible? I can make you one. I don't think I have any. I do, and that was probably because somebody requested one. I will, okay. Zos or Momus? Who would you prefer? High Master Mechanic or Dabbling Observer / Diagnoser? They probably just beatbox. It's contextual music. Right? The one that always makes me wonder, though, are like Plump Helmet bards, Plump Helmet Men bards, because they don't have mouths. Like, straight up, they don't have mouths. I just imagine they use their head as a big drum. You want the hunter? Yeah. Historian. Oh, that's interesting. She is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings, is not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success, relies on the advice of others during decision-making, and tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Does not cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind, and she does not mind wearing something special now and again. And she tends to think before acting, and she has a greedy streak, and she occasionally overindulges and doesn't seek out excitement and likes to brawl and doesn't try to get things done perfectly and tends to be passive in discussions. She scratches her ear when she's nervous, and her hands become animated when she's angry, and she holds her breath when she's nervous, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of mastering a skill, personally finds artwork boring, and some migrants have arrived, and finds introspection to be a waste of time, and likes native gold, platinum, white jade and muscle leather, cougar tooth and cuttlefish, parchment and gauntlets, and the words of the page of aquamarine and the sound of the aquamarine lyric and the sight of the musical blossom, and when possible prefers to consume giant hippo and bilberry wine and absolutely hates fire snakes. Her hair is clean shaven and her ears are tall. Her brass eyes are rounded and her nose is slightly hooked. Her hair is burnt umber and her skin is pale brown. Expensive tastes. Fortunately, there's gold everywhere here, so. Although I think everybody has expensive tastes, it's just many people can't afford them. Expensive things are generally pretty nice. You assume kobold bards just scream? So they're just running around playing like Cannibal Corpse covers? Or like suffocation covers? Frame rate, where art thou? Like literally from inside of one, Ruby? Yeah, that does sound expensive. I imagine the dry cleaning bill on that is not particularly cheap. I could imagine $3,000 to get head, because that's about although that is significantly more expensive than it would cost in my experience. Oh, wait a second. You said for a head. Never mind. I shall move on. Anyways. Ignore previous? I never do. Except here's the even better part is like my bad joke is referencing a consumable item. At the very least, you get to keep that head. Now you realize that a modern dwarf is a cooldown, redeem a dwarf has a cooldown. It's always had a cooldown. It's a 45-minute cooldown. Clipped, shipped, okay. It's almost like I was being sarcastic and making a joke, which is the point of why you would clip things. I was also going to cue something up here, and I can't remember what it was. Well. Because I know secret witchcraft of where the actual options menu is for this game. If you go into your game's folders, there's a file called announcements.txt, and there's a bunch of instructions on how to customize it. This game's all of its settings used to just be in the announcements.txt folder, and because I know where that folder is, I go in there and I tweak things. It gets me secret settings like that. So how do I get that? Knowing about the announcements folder and taking advantage. It's pretty simple, though. Hello, Alex. How is things? Why couldn't they put it up on Friday when I actually have time to edit it? Like, actually, at this point, like, you know, they've waited long enough, Cleto. They could just wait till Friday. Like, it's the, like, they could have just done it on the 7th. Like, come on. Can we change it from the 1st of the month to the first weekend of the month when blind is... You're making a garlic butter baguette? Ooh. But also awesome. It's good to hear, Cleto. Sometimes it's nice to look down and say, oh, yes, it's... New cleaners opened up near you. They're advertising $3 for any garment. For any... I'm going to go out on a limb here and say I don't think a fursuit counts as a garment. At least, if I was working in dry cleaning, I certainly wouldn't consider that a garment. Come on. But I will also, like, take expensive cleaning bills and just add that to the list of reasons why I'm really glad that I'm not a furry. My leather jacket is more than enough. I have this leather jacket that I've had for, like, 10 years at this point that I wear basically everywhere 3 seasons of the year. And I get it dry cleaned occasionally. That's enough for me already. What's happening? Oh, a fungi wood blow dart, you say? Well, cave swallow blowgunners. Ace, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. A bunch of dwarves fighting with these. Also dropping fungi wood spears. Oh, they killed it. Who got that kill? Was it Suited that got the kill? Hey, Suited got the kill. Good for you. Now don't die, please. Well, you're walking still, so I guess that's good. You know, injuries and all. And also not dead. Suited. I don't know. I'm happy that my expensive hobby is just I collect records. Although I don't actually consider it that expensive of a hobby. Fire alarm's going off somewhere in my building. Finally not a dead dwarf. Breath of fresh air. Yeah. Okay, fire alarm stopped. That's good. But at that point, you'd just be a furfluencer. I don't think furry influencer flows off the tongue well enough. Interesting. It's also not working there. I wonder if it's because of this wall right here. Let's see. That wouldn't actually make much sense, but... Gregor, thank you very much for the Prime sub for the 4th month. Welcome back. No, doesn't work. Not that I should be telling furries what they should and shouldn't do with branding. Infer-incer doesn't work. Like you're missing some vowels there. Just like as far as the English language goes, that doesn't work in the slightest. I can see the argument for furfluencer, but I think your suggestion is not very good. I did once upon a time. And I've messed around with it again recently-ish. I don't like it. To me, it just kind of exposes more information than I need and not information I find useful. By more information than I need, it gives the player a lot of tools that make it easy to just not look at the dwarves' personality sheets, which I don't like. I don't think I'll ever use it. Well, here's the thing. You don't need to manage 100 plus dwarves. It's as tedious as you want it to be. Right? So if you find managing 100 dwarves tedious, don't manage them. The new work orders system makes the use case and argument for the existence of dwarf therapist completely null as far as I'm concerned. I thought it was a waste of like CPU space before, but at least with the old job assignment system, I kind of understood why people wanted it. The way it is now, I don't understand why there's even an interest in it, really. There we go. This is doing it. Yeah, like, I have a video from ages ago, and I do mean ages ago, like multiple years ago now, where I talk about why I don't use Dwarf, DF Hack, and Therapist. And I will just echo the same things I said in that video way back then, which is it makes managing the game and dwarves too easy. The reason this game makes my mind go wild with all the weird things happening, and the reason the storytelling side of Dwarf Fortress works for me is because the game hides a lot of things. It's also like Twitch isn't a dating site, which is why I will be single for forever. Old, sorry. But no, yeah, honestly, it's literally just that simple. It's, I don't want Dwarf Fortress to be a spreadsheet, and that just makes it into a spreadsheet, and spreadsheets don't make the game better, in my opinion. This is the mayor's bedroom, so maybe we'll just give the mayor fancy windows here. Creekside view. Can you tell that to your Everfull Whisper box? So, every now and again, people will try and contact me through whispers on Twitch. I've completely removed that feature from the site using FFC. So I forget it's there sometimes. And then every now and again, someone will be like, why didn't you respond to my DM? And I was like, you DM'd me? And they'll be like, oh yeah, I DM'd you on Twitch like 2 months ago. And I'll be like, oh yeah, don't do that. Because like, you can't send me a DM. I did that so long ago too. I did that because when Twitch Prime first became a thing, they gave away a limited edition the Amazon, I guess, gave away a specific Hearthstone card back, and the only way to get it was by having Amazon Prime. And so everybody who didn't want to do that just was like, hey, can you give me your Prime? And I got so annoyed with getting DMs about a thing that I wasn't going to redeem anyway. After giving it away to somebody who, like, I knew in real life, I just completely removed the feature. It's probably like 90% spam, though. Okay, how about this? Twitch isn't a dating site for streamers. Audience members can do what they want. Or rather, community members. I mean, Gmail's been telling me that for years. It doesn't change the fact that it's not true. Well, I mean, it is. They're just not advertising on Gmail. Those are just scammers doing that on Gmail. And it's always like, man, Google, you guys don't do a very good job. For like a company that's like based on like leeching people's information to sell them shit, you're not very good at actually like figuring out real information that people are advertising. Here's the thing, right? You can keep saying this, old Zwari. It's also the best way to get yourself removed from the website. It's the best way to completely fracture and destroy your community. It's the best way to completely obliterate your own career. Sure. You can constantly keep referring to different success stories of where it works. But I could also start listing off entire communities that I know that have been destroyed because two streamers hooked up and then 2 years later they split up and it completely fractures and destroys communities. I've seen it happen more often than not. So yeah, okay, sure. There's always going to be a couple of success stories you can point at and be like, yeah, this happened and it's great. Awesome. And fantastic. I'm super happy for you. But that's not the norm. Also not a dating site. Swallowed Sun. It's like, the funny thing is you assume that I'm wearing pants. No, actually, it's kind of cold in here. It's like maybe 15 degrees Celsius in here right now. My window's open, so it's whatever temperature it is outside. Yeah, I have actually like gotten up and changed from jeans to sweatpants before. I'm actually just wearing pajama pants right now. So you wear a kilt? I'm trying to think how else you would skirt around the requirements of pants, and the only like location my brain is going is kilt. I mean, kilts are quite fashionable in some areas of the world. Something family crest, yada yada. I'd wear a kilt if I didn't live in Canada in the winter. I mean, Scots wear them in Scotland in the winter. It's not that different for most of Canada in the winter. You're a bagpiper, so you just wear a kilt all the time. Yep. Yeah. I mean, being a bagpiper and being in a bagpiping band would definitely make wearing a kilt a logical thing. I feel like that's part of the included uniform and the part of the and a job requirement. There's those gem windows getting constructed. Got part 1 of this. Let's see how far up the opportunity here goes for power. Oh man, I made those too far apart. Whoops. And then I fucking did it again. Got them too close by 1. I'm just going to build these one at a time because as of right now, I am annoyed with this whole setup. Because I keep misclicking. I miss keyboard controls sometimes. We'll see you when we see you, Boreas. Thanks for gifting subs as usual. Aren't as cold and as Canadian winters? Average temperature. Scotland. Winter. Between 0 and 10 degrees, that's almost exactly as the average temperature here. But the greater Vancouver area is not most of Canada. So, yeah, 0 to 10 degrees. Yeah, that's fair. That's shorts weather if it's sunny. Yeah, no, I mean, it depends on altitude and where you are. But I think that counts for literally everywhere. It's like, what is your current proximity to the ocean? That's going to drastically change what your current weather is going to be. Well, that's spinning. That's a good sign. Although it's pretty inactive. I literally stay. I'm like, well, that's spinning. That's a good sign. It stops spinning. How's the flooding up here? Well, this is getting shallower. I guess I can dig out more of this to try and increase the flow. It's funny how, like, we have this problem and now, like, 20 minutes later, we're dealing with the exact opposite problem. Oh, gotta click that. Trying to, like, figure out where this conversation ended up because it went in, like, 5 different directions in the last 20 minutes. I'm just, like, scrolling back up in chat. It's like, what the hell were we on about? Not enough water, add water, too much water, back to flour, back and forth, and then you have pasty Jabba the Hutt in your kitchen. What? Once again, I'm confused. What are we talking about? What, from here? No, it's like spring here. If you're talking about the weather here. It was like sunny, balmy, 20 degrees outside. Makes me mad because I didn't get to go camping enough this winter. Got fucking cheated for the weather this year. Nowhere near enough actual winter. Kind of sucks. 28C? Where are you at? That's way... I mean, it's like... Let me just do a quick Google search and I will tell you the weather outside. It is 10 degrees Celsius, feels like 12. That's sunny, so. Or at least it was earlier. I haven't poked my head outside in a bit. Pretty balmy as far as I'm concerned. Are you talking about the water bit? Like, I'm trying to figure out where this metaphor came from. It's like, I understand the metaphor you're trying to communicate. I'm just not sure where it came from in the conversation. And if I have a medical emergency, where do I go exactly? Do I get airlifted out? Okay, cool. So I'm dead? Awesome. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll go camping in none of it. There's a reason I camp in pretty urban places. Just means I have to wait a month and then go straight into summer camping or summer style camping. It's kind of funny. It's like oh, yeah, that was the dwarf that went nuts a while ago. I am type 1 diabetic, right? And the guy I go camping with is prone to seizures. So it's like, technically, neither of us should be in the wilderness alone. Power. There's many things you need power for in Dwarf Fort. Many, 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 many things. Water wheels. Is the reason for the water in the caverns. Sure that dwarf will get assigned to that. I've noticed. Orange. Okay. Fair enough, Simply Chief. I was just like, I completely lost the like beginning of that conversation, and it just kind of like looped around in a way where I'm just sitting here going like, what are we even talking about? No, it's not a murder mystery. The dwarf was dehydrated, meaning they self-dehydrated, so it was a suicide. Dwarves don't die of dehydration due to like, that's not unless like they were locked in a room, in which case then the culprit would be me. No, there's no murder here. This was just a dwarf that died of stress. Which is, you know, equally sad, but definitely not a murder. Well, you're spinning. Guess that's positive. There's a horse in the fort. Yeah, no, the vast majority of deaths in Dwarf Fort aren't murder. Vast majority of deaths are just, oh, a dwarf died. Now, if they were mangled or contorted or crushed, if they were crushed, it's probably a boulder. If they were mangled, then that would be something else. If they were contorted, that would again be something else. In this instance, no. Certainly no foul play or murder here. Okay, we're going to cut through these, and we're going to let this lava out after we've cut through this. You just caught a were cavey in a cage trap, and I'm quite glad you didn't think that was supposed to happen. Certain things get caught in traps that aren't supposed to right now, like forgotten beasts. I think you can cage trap forgotten beasts right now. But currently there's plenty of things that you can cage trap that you're not supposed to be able to. Were creatures is definitely one of them. Okay, so we're going to drain the rest of this water out. Trap avoid tag is bugged. Doors are bugged. I really, really hope that this update doesn't just like make... Actually, I should double check. Okay, sweet. All of my beasties here are sealed in. Because I certainly don't want them to like fix that the building deconstruction issue bug while I'm like, you know, in the caverns doing this stuff down here. Darius, thank you very much for the $. That wasn't funny, but it rolled off the tongue in a way I like. Thanks for the $. You did catch an angelid trap, but you made sure to drop some webs on it first? Okay. Interesting. Well, congratulations on earning that 1,000 bits badge. It means you get, you've unlocked a paywall. Congratulations on unlocking a paywall. The walled coven has many worshippers in danger caves and now requires a temple complex and high priest. Where is that one? It's the fabulous. We need the walled. Where is the walled coven? There it is. Apparently it's already valued as a high priest. So suited giraffe is now a holy mine, and the high point is Aegis. It's going all right, Bob. And yourself? And I said holy mine, M-I-N-E, not M-I-M-E. Close, but wrong word. I do know that they call it a mine. A mine! Well, mines can often have holes in them, usually in the ground. Can't have one without the other, I would say. I'm imagining a mime. I don't think the word mime exists in Dwarfort, so I don't think you have to worry about a mime religion. If that's like some deep-seated fear you have or something. Do I have enough bedrooms? I haven't actually checked. Nope, not even friggin' close. Okay, well, I guess I know what I'm working on right now. More bedrooms, more spaces to sleepies. I have to take the vow of shouting. Can't really put any in here. There's gotta be lava in this thing. Let's see what comes piling out of this. I'm just going to station military here out of Me being kind of careful. Probably okay. Okay, it's just a bunch of lava. Good to know. So in that case, we're also going to mine through this. What are you wielding? Bronze spear. Okay, we can work with that. Man, you know, I've had people point this out before. They're like, why don't you use these as for like a magma kiln? And you know what? I'm going to put a magma glass furnace like right here. Why not? I mean, no reason to not. Could also just put a magma smelter there. You know, I'll be honest with you. Every now and again, I get smacked by Haiku Bot on Reddit informing me that I just made a haiku. I don't know what a haiku is, and I don't understand how they work. I've had people explain them to me before, and I don't get it. So, I don't know. As far as I'm concerned about haikus, they just make me feel dumb. That's about it. Belsner, are you typing in the right chat? Just asking. Okay. See, people tell me that. My brain can't comprehend. I don't know. I swear at times in my life I must have some sort of learning disability because people explain to me these perfectly simple to understand concepts and I don't get it. not even close to getting it. So, you know, just repeating the same pattern isn't going to change it. Got to get prepared for work. You have time to get prepared. Best of luck at work. All right, well, let's work on some more bedrooms as well. You know, this is hysterical to me and also kind of sad that you didn't understand what I said the first time. People have tried to explain it to me for years. I've had people try to explain it to me via voice chat. My mom tried to explain it to me. I remember taking a class once on writing where they tried to explain haikus and I failed that segment. I don't get it. And people are just like, oh, you'll understand it if you talk to somebody. I was literally in an in-person class at one point in my life. And I still don't understand it. I can't see them, and I don't get it when people write them down, when they explain to me perfectly, like, this is a haiku. I'm like, this has been years of my life. I don't know how these work. They make no sense. I don't understand, can't comprehend. It doesn't help if you are just like, oh, well, this is an easy way to understand. No, because there is no easy way for my moronic brain to understand this concept clearly. So, unlike you, I've given up years ago, and I think, honestly, that's better. All right. And it's fine that you just joined. It's the way of things. It's Twitch chat. This same conversation happens every time haikus come up. I mean, I understand how other forms of poetry are structured, like right? Like it's specifically haikus that I can't understand. So, I don't know. Oh, I'm well aware of what tone deaf is. As someone who studied music for years, which is why I had to take that stupid fucking poetry class. It's part of prereqs for some music theory stuff. I know music theory extremely well. But there was just something about that specifically that just doesn't work. Oh, I know. People have told me this billions of times. Specialist. The hysterical part is I would be completely unaware of it. Nutty. Nope. No, it won't be. It depends on whether or not you're told to use a right-handed pair of scissors or not. Simply, Chief. And also, more left-handed people die in manufacturing accidents than right-handed people, because most machines are biased to be right-handed, not left-handed. I mean, that would imply I have some talent, so I respect the fact that you think that I have a side hustle of just, like, slinging haiku poetry. Well, I'm down with the sickness, so why not industrial bias? I don't know what that is, so I don't understand that reference genuinely. Giraffe? Haven't seen the show? Never heard of it until I read it in my chat just now. All right, let's get that all smoothed. Wow. And once again, it took like 3 seasons. Nope. Still not going to elevate nobility. No, you are correct in the song Down with the Sickness, but it's just whenever somebody says down with something, I just have to start either A, saying down with the sickness lyrics, or B, I just have to start referencing random songs by Disturbed until people realize what I'm talking about. As somebody who grew up listening to Disturbed, I'm a big fan. So, for better or for worse, I suppose, at that point. We all have our own taste in bad music. It's the same reason I listen to Limp Bizkit, 9 Inch Nails, and Dope. I've just listened to them my whole life. It's funny because some people seem to think I have good taste in music. I do, sometimes. Where is the statue of Great Gilmis? We engraved something in the walls of Gilmis, but Gilmis was in a different fort, not in this fort, so these dwarves wouldn't know of the existence of Gilmis. I mean, eventually they all start to sound the same, DX Pong, so you might as well be just asking an AI to write me another 9 Inch Nails song. Particularly, I'm a fan of their first two albums. The rest of them are fine. Yeet. With a high percentage of my music choices, this is true. Metalhead Fusion. Speaking of somebody who agrees with a percentage of my music choices, hi Hobo, how are you? Certainly not all of my music choices once again, but speaking of music choices, I'm going to a concert on Thursday, so stream on Thursday is going to end early. Apologies in advance. I'm going to ditch you guys and go see some music. Not that much early, though. I think the stream will probably end at like... We'll stream for like 8.5 hours, probably, that day. Speaking of music, Hobo's gonna... Yeah, you gotta fuck off and do rehearsal. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go see Blackwater Holy Light. Be my 3rd time seeing them? Going by myself, though, this time. Usually my sister-in-law comes with, but she's working. And the guy that I go to concerts to works on Thursdays, so he can't go. As in, like, bad music that you like listening to? Because you could do worse than Sugar Ray. Here you go. Oh, my God. You know what's mad? You know what makes me angry about this, Hobo? Is I know where you live, and there's a podcast that I listen to, and one of the hosts is from the same part of the world that you live in, Hobo, and was literally talking about that the other day on this podcast I was listening to. Like, and now I'm kind of mad that I actually know somebody who's going to one. But also checks out. Hope you have fun. I hope you have fun. Yep. That's upsetting. Yeah, okay, I already queued up beds. We're good. I need doors. That's the other thing I need. Is that all because of me? I don't think that's all because of me. I think that you're partially to blame for the amount of Dwarf Fortress you've played as well. Don't you pin all of this blame on me. That's just, I don't know, unfair. I don't know, but probably not. Probably not entirely because of me. I'm sure it was partially because of you. Orange, not to be compared with apples. What kind of dwarf do you want? I don't think you can blame any time spent in a video game on me. You can thank me, though. Are you so Conk? Are you talking about like captions screwing up or something? No, I said Blackwater Holy Light. I'm looking at like kind of your phonetical typing out of whatever you said, but do I have a brewer? Maybe. %50 was blind, 49% was sell. Who was the 1% then? Kid Fox? Why do I have so many fishery workers? What the fuck? Must all just be moving here from other places. Have a brewer. Nope. No brewers currently. I do have many farmers though. Give you a butcher, cheesemaker, farmer. Actually, no, there's one brewer. One brewer. Lead. Do you want to be a lady dwarf, Orange? Because I could give you this brewer. She's an adequate brewer, but she's rusty. Oh, you needed me to say it again. Okay, Black Water Holy Light. And in fact, I will do you a solid here, and I will just simply link some of their music. That's like the song that they're known for. If you could really consider that known. I mean, how many views does that thing have? Yeah, like 50,000 views. So it has less views than one of my Dwarf Fortress tutorials. Anyway, than many of my Dwarf Fortress tutorials, maybe not all of them. She has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. She is somewhat scatterbrained, and she rarely looks on others with lust. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, and she has an active imagination. She isn't particularly curious about the world and tends to hang on to grievances and enjoys the company of others, generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and is slow to anger and pleased by her own appearance and talents, but is slow to trust others. Stiffens up when she's surprised and needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values eloquence and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, doesn't particularly care about craft worship, and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes Killinite, Platinum, Plum Ogate, Hair Tooth, I guess bunny rabbit tooth, Desert Tortoise Shell, Llama Wool, Green Tree, Frog Parchment, and prefers to consume marlin and shad and blood amaranth beer, and hates toads. Because you think it's important to take responsibility for your action. Fair. I would also argue it's fair that you guys say it's 49% Sal and the rest me, because I stream this a lot more than Sal does. Sal vanishes off into the realms of, like, I don't know, oxygen not included for months at a time. Yeah, I hope that when they add more soundtrack to game, it includes one or two more bangers like that one track. Long save screen is long. You know, it's funny that I was giving all that advice about growing on Twitch earlier. Easiest way to grow on Twitch and the easiest way to sustain an audience on Twitch is to get a lot of raids. And my traditionally biggest struggle on Twitch is getting raids, because nobody raids the guy that plays the game that not many people watches. That not many people watch, rather. So nobody raids the guy that streams Dwarf Fort. There was a very brief period there where everybody raided me because everybody was playing this game. Now nobody plays it again, so at least when it comes to, like, large numbers of streamers. So now we're back down to the way it was before, where it's like, I get a raid or two a week. Main reason I think the next few months are going to be a struggle. Just be lucky. Long time no see, Caldris. Kogan's Son, the remixes? I mean, isn't Kogan's Son in Dwarf Fort already kind of a remix of the original Kogan's Son? Like, by the definition of the word remix? Yeah, it's fallen back down quite a bit, which is unfortunate. I was hoping it would stay in, like, the 500-600 range, but maybe after a few patches. Few events, few updates. We'll see. A little town called Whitecourt. I feel like that's a town that I've seen a sign for in the past. It's kind of like Moose Jaw, where it's like, yep, I've been in a car that drove through that town once. But hopefully moving was smooth. Galdris? So what brings you back these days? On the way from Edmonton to northern BC. I mean, I've actually, now that you mention that, I went on a family vacation a number of years ago where we drove up to northern BC and then back down, stayed in Edmonton for 2 nights and then back down. So maybe I did. I don't know. I would have been a small kid at that point. This would have been like 2006, 2005, something like that. My right eye doesn't work in the slightest, and my left eye barely works. I basically see through a toilet paper tube, except I got punched in the face. Except it's like I got punched in the face a bunch of times, and I see spots. So, you know, like when you close your eyes and you see like the sparkle particles splattering around your eyes, it's like those, but they never go away, and they're very large and quite intrusive. So that's to what extent I'm visually impaired. There's a wall there. That's annoying. Who was the genius that built this wall here? Oh, I guess our best bet is to just go forwards this way. Although this one's working now. On and off. It would be rough if I wasn't born this way and didn't know what life it would be rough if I knew what life was like without it. But my eyes have always been this way. They're getting worse, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. It just means that I will be fully unemployed. Well, not unemployable, but I will be completely out of a career and a job in a couple of years. So, you know. The old running joke in this chat a number of years ago is it just means Blind has to watch a lot of porn while he still can. I don't know. Things are only as rough as you let them be. There's way worse things about my life than my eyes. Also, the vast majority of people with coloboma, which is what I have, are born completely blind, and it's so rare that every single GP or doctor I've had in my life has had to Google it. Braille porn is better. Jokes aside, have you ever actually seen Braille porn? It's just textured paper, my dude. But also, porn for the blind is just called ASMR. Come on. Can't say I've ever memorized a porn scene. I'm not gonna lie. My life is a kaleidoscope that never stops. It's not my life isn't a kaleidoscope. Maybe yours is. Is that a quote from something? Not to be a dipshit straight at the person who's asking an honest question, but I always do this when people ask me this question because I think it's a silly question to ask. If there was surgeries that could fix my eyes that were getting worse every year, do you not think that would be the first thing I would mention when talking about my eyes? Like, if there was a surgery that could fix me, wouldn't I just be like, yeah, well, I have this, but, you know, I can get it fixed when this happens. It would be the first thing I bring up. So, short version is no. No, there isn't. And then people always move on to this. And this is one of the reasons why I generally don't answer the question when people ask me how bad my eyes are. Because it just goes into, is this a thing? Is this a thing? Is this a thing? And the answer is, unfortunately for me, always no. And then people just start to accuse me of dodging the question, and it becomes weirdly heated, and then arguments break out. And then I say, and absolutely no. Even if it was a valid option, I would not install any kind of cybernetic implants into my eyes because it would be run by some shitty corporation or pharmaceutical company, and it would end up just like those people who all got those proprietary hearing implants that are now all being sunsetted because the company went bankrupt. Oh, I know it is. It's called, like I said, Hobo, it's called ASMR. But anyway, as far as lit erotica, I'm not that horny. I'll be fine. But maybe, I don't know. I'll deal with that when I get there. There's definitely like podcasts and whatnot for that as well. I've never actually played Cyberpunk 2077, and you know what? I'm quite happy with never having played that. Also, as somebody who has shit wrong with his body that will never function properly, I don't think saying lol that's how a Cyberpunk game starts to people whose like ears don't work because some company like went out of business or somebody's implants aren't working because they went out of business. I don't think that shit's funny. Like some people are just like, man, this is some great sci-fi or some great cyberpunk. I'm just like, that is too real and depressing because it's literally happening. But I digress. All right, so if we get attacked by a Forgotten Beast right now, it could just run right into the side of the fort as I widen this canal ever so slightly. In my experience, a lot of people don't have to see doctors particularly frequently. Al? So they seem to think that the, like... And also, like, when people hear about eye problems, specifically eyes, they immediately associate, oh, well, you can get LASIK, right? It's like, that's not what visual field deficiencies... That's not what LASIK does, is the short version. LASIK helps you if you're nearsighted. I'm also nearsighted. I could get LASIK, and yeah, it would help my nearsightedness, but that is unrelated to my actual eye problems. LASIK there's several different things they can do with cataracts. Cataracts can be removed with LASIK or with lasers, but cataracts can also be removed with physical surgeries, where they actually like cut them out depending on the cataract. LASIK can be for changing the composition of the lenses of the eye and burning out issues at the back of the eye. There's all sorts of things they can do with LASIK. It's fascinating technology, but none of it is even remotely applicable to what I have, so. That'll be... they've probably already canceled it. Caldress. You know, honestly, Simply Jeef, that's probably for the best. Hey, what's up, Pedro? Like, I've seen the Black Mirror episode where everybody gets blocked. It's probably for the best that, like, HUD displays don't become a popular thing. Maybe I'm too tinfoil hatty on that one, but I think that Google did us all a solid by making sure that nobody wanted heads-up displays. It's a good episode, to be fair. Fight Attack. Such a good episode. That one's still not spinning. You watched it again? I need to go back and rewatch the early seasons of that show. Have fun fucking off, hobo. Go play loud music loudly. Okay, now that we're done widening this trench, this water flow, let's see how much power we're generating. It's not a trivial amount of power, that's for sure. Having that information available hands-free on a HUD would be extremely useful. If that's where your priorities are in life, I think you need to refactor your priorities. There's plenty of things in the world that are useful that we don't need. And asking more companies to manufacture those things, I don't think is a benefit to us as people. Not the most popular take, I'll admit, but if that is actually your priority, I would question your priorities a little bit. Well, some dwarves are getting swimming lessons. I, too, am an amateur cook. You know, I cook as a hobby. And if I really need a recipe somewhere, I will write it down. Or alternatively, I'll just usually put it on my phone and then just check my phone. Don't need it up and in front of you at all times. Usually just memorize it within the first few minutes and then close the recipe and finish it. In the kitchen as a hobby, you should cook things more often. You'll get better at it. Just like video games. You grind at it enough and you get good. Ironically, experience bars and things in video games are more than just a video game thing. Mule's useless, we can eat that. Donkey's useless, we can eat that. See, that's just called gross negligence. That's not bad at cooking. That's just gross negligence. Like, there's so many people who are like, I'm bad at cooking. It's like, no, you're just negligent. There's a difference. Well, do you have a partner that cooks for you? Because in my experience, one of the biggest reasons why people fail to cook is because they have a partner that cooks for them. All right, well, this is a little frustrating. I know exactly what's happening here, but forbid all these, forbid this. At least nobody's drowned in here yet, because I ain't getting them out if they do. You can make a roast? Roasts aren't easy. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, if you need to learn something, anybody can learn something. I have no need to actually learn how the fuck haikus work, so it doesn't matter if I don't. You will be healthier if you know how to cook, though. Unless you have somebody to cook for you, in which case then, fuck it. Who needs to cook? Genuinely. I live alone and am bored most of the time, so I make elaborate meals for the sake of it. Like, I will make a single serving of mashed potatoes. Why? Because I don't like having leftovers. So I will, like, cut a potato in half and make, like, a serving this big of mashed potatoes for myself. I need to remove that. So what we need now is I need spikes. The problem is I don't have metal for spikes. Feel like you're learning to cook all over again? Yeah, that would, I mean, health reasons are also a very valid reason to know how to cook. Like, doctors are always so happy when they learn that I know how to cook because it just means that all of their normal advices that they would have to throw at type 1 diabetics, they don't have to, because it's just like, oh, sweet, you're not like eating, you know, microwave dinners every day and takeout all the time. It's a autoimmune disorder that makes you incapable of intaking gluten, if I recall correctly. One of the reasons that gluten-free beer exists is for people with celiac. That's not somebody I get an email from very often. I'm checking my email for some stupid reason, and the first thing I see is like a request from Make-A-Wish Foundation to fundraise for them. I'm like, man, that's a new one. I think at this point I've received, like every single frickin' charity on earth has sent me a request to fundraise for them at this point. But that's a new one. Zas the Mechanic has been taken by a Fey mood. Where did you run off to? Gluten, so no barley or yeah. Well, I mean, at that point, sour beer. Possessed by unknown forces. Where are you? Uh-oh. There's a body in my doorway. Cave swallow person's skeleton. That's probably not helping with moods. Dwarf didn't feel anything, though, probably. Well, I didn't notice it. Where are you going? Oh, I guess you... Oh, I see. You've probably claimed the mechanics workshop, actually. Where are you going? What? Okay. Nope, not the bits of Forgotten Beast. Okay. Of
How
all...
ya doing, man? Been a while since I've stopped in.
Yeah,
Hope things are going well.
It's been all right, Dabby. Things have been a little quiet around here recently. It's nice to see you, though. Thank you very much for the 64th month. Welcome back. But, I'm okay. I'm okay. I think everybody's strange in their own unique way. Like, implying that there is some degree of normal between us is, like, completely destroying the variance of the human brain. Or maybe discounting is probably a better word to use. Because the human brain has a lot of fantastic variance in it, which is one of the things that makes it so fascinating. Same reason our faces are interesting is because there's so much variance. But also shocking similarities in places. People just like patterns, and they like things to be organized and the same. So people in charge of things will be like, we want you all to be the same, and identify the same, and look the same, and dress the same, so we can organize you better. In reality, it's like, well, we're not. So telling us to do that is nuts. So no, you're not strange. You're just you. That's what makes you you. Exactly, Smurfopax. One of the first things I really hope that this dwarf went all this way just for gold nuggets to make me a golden golden mechanism, because that would actually be really cool. I wonder how many people actually paid that much attention in biology, though. You know, these are probably just going to keep getting yeah, they're just going to cancel out. Because they're all down there and they're all forbidden. Where are you going? I'm now worried this dwarf's going to get stuck in there. Okay, no, he didn't. Phew. I think it was actually distance-wise from the starting location the closest gold, because it was directly beneath him, just a few layers down. So technically, I do think it was actually the closest one. You're a biology major? Unfortunately, I don't recall that, because I don't remember every conversation I have, but that's the one problem with especially having an audience that's grown a lot recently, is I can't remember intimate details of every conversation I've had in the past month and with who. Although I also kind of blame the weed for that a little bit. It's parts of my job I used to be better at. Blame it on biology? Okay, by the way, I just wanted to thank you, a Devilish Potato Now, for suddenly getting sail stuck in my head. Because of the blame it on the ADD baby line, except now it's blame it on biology. Another endlessly parodiable song. We should put beds up here. Ba-da-da-da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. You wouldn't expect close friends. I mean, every now and again, I startle people. Like, I had this person tune in for the first time in several years after not tuning in for ages. And the first thing I said was, oh, man, I haven't seen you since I last played City Skylines, because that's what the person always tuned in for. And they're like, how the fuck do you remember that? It's been like 3 years. I'm like, I don't know. You were the only person in my chat for a month, the 1 month that I binged that game nonstop. Might have something to do with it. That's a lot of time, damn. You must leave it running a lot. That or you're playing way more than even I do, because I'm only at what? How many hours am I at in Dwarf? 630? So yeah, that's a large number of hours. I think it's safe to say that you got your money's worth. Oh, come on. Did I not click the button? I used the wrong erase tool. Well, I'm just going to grumble about that for a minute, and then I'll redo it in a moment. Hard but soft landing better than Dwarf Fortress does. I can't speak to what life in Bavaria is like. What blocks do I have the most of? I've got like no blocks. What the fuck? Am I not making blocks? Making rock salt blocks, apparently. What is it, like middle of the night over there right now? Actually, yeah, I guess it would be. Pretty goddamn late in Bavaria currently. That's all dolomite. I need a good chunk of rock salt that I can just nick out here. We're also gonna chop these trees down and we're just gonna channel this chunk out. Hello, first time chatter from YouTube. Twitch tells me quite bluntly when people are first time chatter. So, that's not too bad. Depending on whatever Smurfopax has to do tomorrow. But hello, Forgotten Creek. Blaze Bills. Hold on a second. I have to read a very important series of words written on the Discord by those of you hooligans on Discord. Pardon this stream disruption. This was the nodular sleep disorder that disrupts my slumber sadly. Adverbs, they are in the back end of sentences. Horses race circularly. How the fuck do you say that, fam? Around the track while eating gelatin. Donuts. Unrelated. Jazz, thanks for gifting a sub to Forgotten Creek. Cheers, dude. So do you want to talk about the other thing that's like wrong with my brain where I'm like incapable of understanding things? Writing things out phonetically does not help me pronounce them. I have to go look up the pronunciation on Google or hear a text-to-speech bot say it, or I will never figure it out, so don't even bother. I appreciate the effort, but don't bother. Well, I'm happy to help, Smurf. It's like in the era of the dictionary, I had a very hard time when like a teacher or my mom would just be like, "Go look it up in the dictionary. It has the thing." I'd look at it and be like, "This doesn't help." What do you mean I didn't notice? I mean, see, here's the thing. I'm gonna bop that. I'm going to abide by my own channel's rules. Okay. Over here I gotta fill this in, otherwise it's just gonna get puckered with holes eventually. I don't speak any other languages, so I don't know. Like, genuinely, I don't know how to answer that question. We've named his Steel Shield. Moogie's still alive. Yep. Actually, no, I don't want those. I want Bloodthorn there. Actually, no. His wound's healed. He's capable of just walking again, as of last time I checked, anyway. Totally, but like, I don't so I understand a degree of how Polish is or works as a language. I don't speak Polish, so I couldn't tell you if I would have an easier time based on an example where I have no context, right? So it's just like, would this be easier for you hypothetically? Hypothetically, sure. I have no practical examples to actually give you an answer to that. So maybe? I don't know. Greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada is where I'm from. And chat is rediscovering, because they discover this every 6 months or so, the few things that I have a weirdly difficult time learning. But I also had a really fucking hard time, like, learning to read when I was younger. But turns out that's just because of my eyes. Ooh. Forgotten Beast Oges Gosmer has come. A great hairy mantis. And we're stuck in an ad. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Beware its poisonous gas. You know, at the end of the day, you're talking to somebody who failed English on 2 different attempts to pass it. And then eventually they just kind of gave me a C and let me pass it. So ask somebody who knows how English works, because reading this sentence that you're writing, Lobsters, yeah, I know what you're talking about. Do I necessarily have the verbiage to be able to explain it? No. Ask somebody who knows how language works, not me. Sorry, I'm just a bad person to answer these questions about myself, because you're literally quizzing me and trying to get me to discuss my worst subject. So, you know, at the end of the day, I might be a somewhat famous D- tier internet celebrity, but I also didn't graduate high school, technically. So I don't know if I'm the best person to ask. Anyway, I did eventually get a high school diploma. I just did it 4 years later. A great hairy mantis with thin wings of stretched skin, slavering, beware its poisonous gas. That could be terrifying if it can fly. Can it fly? Doesn't seem to be, and it's moving pretty slowly. But because it's a bug, it should be relatively fragile. Implying that Zephon here, if he punches it hard enough, may be able to kill it. Or is just going to die horribly, which is just as likely. Deucim comes flying over here and isn't in combat yet. Deucim stabs the Forgotten Beast in the front leg with her bronze spear, tearing the muscle. Okay. Hopefully this gas isn't too poisonous. Remember how I said they would die pretty quickly, potentially? We found that stoneworker dead. There's blood everywhere. It's bleeding heavily. And still bleeding heavily. They're just kind of punching it. Spearmaster bites the Forgotten Beast in the upper arm, chipping the chitin. Well, you're able to bite it. That's a good sign. Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the right front foot with her bronze spear, tearing the muscle. An artery has been opened by the attack, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. The force pulls the right leg, tearing the muscle. The Spearmaster bites the Forgotten Beast. What the Swordsmaster? Stabbing it. Here comes Claiborne. Creature is dead. All right, let's keep an eye on them for a minute. Let's hope you didn't inhale too much of that gas. Can this unit even defeat it? It was what I read earlier. It was a giant hairy mantis. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and it is slavering. Beware its poisonous gas. It was outputting poisonous gas, and it was or I guess is, a forgotten beast bug thing. Basically a giant bug from everybody's favorite childhood film, Starship Troopers. Are you talking to me, Ross Ames, or are you talking to somebody else? Because let me tell you, because if you are talking to me, like, yes, the name of my, like, eyes problem is definitely doxing myself. If that's what you were asking. Because I completely missed that part where you asked, but it is absolutely doxing myself. There's only 2 people in BC with it, to my knowledge, and the other one's completely blind and a lady, so. All right. Although, also, since I last checked that, there's been a very large influx of people moving here, so. Gold nuggets, bloodthorn logs, marble blocks, and rutile blocks. Interesting. Well, whenever they make, it'll be fun. Devilish potato. What kind of dwarf would you like? Why do you keep getting suspended? Let's not start with that line of jokes, Swallowed Sun. I will never consider that funny. Bearded woodcutter if available? I do so happen to have a bearded woodworker who's available. Also, I'm going to lock this door because I'm getting tired of them using this as like a mode of transportation. It's rather problematic. All right. Personality-wise, he is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions. He has very clean demeanor, and he is often discouraged. He tends to form only tenuous and emotional bonds with others, and he tends to hang on to grievances and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and he is grateful when others help him out. He tries to return favors and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And I got a mechanism to read in a minute. And also, there's a party happening. Hold on a second. He tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tends to hang on to grievances, is somewhat quarrelsome, and though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, he is grateful when others help him out, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and he personally thinks that romance is very important in life and values hard work. And values a harmonious existence and values peace over war and dreams of creating a great work of art. But also, one final thing in regards to My Eyes Rest. I've literally stated the name of it like 4 times today in conversation, so if you haven't picked up on it now, I don't think you deserve to have it. His very long beard is arranged in double braids. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His hair is clean shaven. He has a round chin, and his amethyst eyes are slightly rounded, and his somewhat narrow nose is slightly hooked. His hair is his copper skin is slightly wrinkled, and his hair is amber with a touch of gray. And yeah, that's that dwarf. And now we got to read the. Native gold mechanism. This is a native gold mechanism. All Craftstor ship is of the highest quality. It menaces with spikes of native gold, bloodthorn, and marble and rutile. Not particularly valuable, but pretty. It's quite a lively tavern. Putting on a hoodie, hold up. But for the billionth and one time, because people are freakishly obsessed with the things that make me broken, here is a link to the Wikipedia page of what is wrong with my eyes. I've linked it many times before. I will link it again. Okay. Another forgotten beast. The forgotten beast, Aquila, has come. A towering humanoid composed of solid salt. It has large mandibles and it undulates rhythmically. Beware its Twitch chat vibes. It's poisonous vapors, I mean. Alright, where are you? So this one's on the upper level. Why is it climbing? I don't like that. I'm gonna tell my squads to kill it. Can you, there you go. It stops climbing. Alright, so this is also on a layer that can get to my fort. I don't like how it keeps climbing like that. That makes me very uneasy. Creepy fucker. Oh, there it is. I'm assuming they can't reach it currently because of where it is. Going on an adventure, are we now, Dwarf? Okay. It's like Time Ninjas first. 6 notable kills and 11 others. MXE, thank you very much for the 4th month of Tier 1. Welcome back. Dwarf dives forward. A little bit worried about the poisonous vapors, but bites it in the lower leg, fracturing it. Literally, this dwarf bit it and broke its leg. Must have bit it so hard that its leg fell off. Fracturing it. Latches on firmly. Got caught in a burst of extract. Breaks the grip. Slashes the Forgotten Beast in the upper leg with her adamantine short sword, and the severed part sails off in an arc. So bites it real hard, fractures it, and then cuts the rest off. And says, the battle rages. I must press on. Hammer Ninja kicks the Forgotten Beast in the upper arm with her left foot, chipping it. And the creature is now dead. I don't think we can butcher these ones. Wow. Why is there... Okay, so either one of my dwarves just dropped this book in the fort, or this Forgotten Beast was carrying a book. 95-page guide entitled The Journey into the Light of Day, authored by Moses. It concerns the variation of daylight with the season. I'm sure that has to be one of my dwarves that was carrying that, right? There's no way the Forgotten Beast just carried that in. Second Forgotten Beast in like 5 minutes. So, sure, yeah, you could say that. Poor guy was just trying to get to the surface. I almost want to go back in the VOD, but... No, okay, that was in my library already. I can tell you for certain that was already in my library. One of my dwarves dropped it. Would have been funny if that was the case, but I don't think so. Dear dwarves, can we please agree as a unit to stop going underground? So one of you is going to get whooshed down here and never come out, eventually. At the very least, we can get these doors done. Wouldn't be the first one I've killed for trying to get to sunlight, though. I don't like the wild fluctuations in this power. It's like 900, 700, 800, 600. It's inconsistent. I'm not a fan. I want consistent power, not inconsistent power. Well, what I can do is I can go to my tavern. Or maybe even the library. And I'ma build a lever right there. Except I'm going to just make sure that I'm using the nice mechanisms. That one, yeah. I'm going to make rock mechanisms, 10 of them. Also, chat, come on. Can we get a couple beers for MEX or MXE, keeping that sub alive for a 4th month? That's a reason to party, if nothing else. I mean, come on. The Wikipedia about what's wrong with my eye. The Wikipedia article about what's wrong with my eyes isn't that interesting. Ba-da-dum-bum.
Calchu 13 duck.
Thanks for the $2. Appreciate you, Suited. So, man, some point in the next, I don't know, 20 minutes here, I need to go get food. It's because language is a mimicry of how humans communicate, and how humans communicate is a mess, Al. What have I got today? I don't know, because my fucking wake and bake ass forgot to make a sandwich this morning. Game did the thing it does sometimes when it updates, or what's the word? Where it jumps back to the screen, it minimizes sometimes. I don't know why it does that. Put some more chairs and tables up here. So I have to make a sandwich. So I don't know what I'm getting. Probably cheese and onion, 'cause I think that's what I have in my fridge. Well, I mean, it changes the length of my break from like a minute to like slightly longer than a minute, which is enough time usually for people to tune out of the stream. So I generally try to not make sandwiches midstream. I generally try to have sandwiches already made. That ain't it, Chief. Well, do you want to go grocery shopping for me, Suited? If you're going to ask and then be like, well, that's not good, that wasn't part of the question. You asked me what I'm potentially eating today. So I told you what I'm potentially eating today. And then you're like, well, that's not going to be what you're eating today. No, that's what I'm eating today. If you don't like it, then tolerate it. Also, cheese and onion, pretty good. I don't have any meat, though. Heavy disagree on that. Oh, yeah, actually, as a breakfast sandwich with a bit of egg would be real good. But I ain't frying an egg. That would take too long. That I could do. A force that is vile and dark has arrived, allegedly, but I don't see them. Oh, there they are. Bunch of goblins have arrived on the surface. Let's cut them to pieces, shall we? Appears to be probably snatchers in and amongst them. Well, you said that ain't it. You asked me what I'm eating, and then you said that ain't it, implying that it's not what I'm eating. It's what I'm eating, whether you like it or not. Sorry. But also, a lot of people in the world are allergic to food that, like, are made out of majority not animal products, and it would probably make you more upset to know that it's not, in fact, cheese. It is, in fact, cheese product. Also, we have dwarven thieves again. We've also got Bossa, who's definitely just a dwarf. It's a neat faction. Who are these guys? Because they're like symbol of the dread of moons. So the dread of moons are like basically just like a dwarven. Yeah, there they are. Like a dwarven goblin hybrid faction. No, not easy cheese. No, very expensive pecan cheese equivalent thing. Vegan cheese. No, not easy cheese. That duck's real upset. No, don't you kill my... Quackdar's dead, chat. They killed Quackdar. Dwarves are moving forward. It's all good, Smurfapacks. Smurfapacks, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like the way you're talking. It's making me really uncomfortable. That's the only way I can word it. Then maybe you should go to a hospital. There's nothing that anybody in this chat room can do for you currently. So if you're in trouble, go speak to a medical professional or someone who can actually help you. That's not what my job is, dude. They fixed archers. Archers have been the way they are currently for about a decade, so that's a silly question that I don't have an answer to. And also, dwarves weren't able to wield bows up until the most recent version. They've only ever been Mark's dwarves, so Mark's dwarves work a lot better than bow dwarves anyway. So I'm going to do this. Smurfapacks, I'm going to time you out for 600 seconds. Please stop talking to me the way you're talking. You are freaking me the fuck out. please go see somebody who can help you, because I can't. Going to... You need to go get your short sword back, Dwarf. You dropped your sword on the ground. Yeah, I just want all that crap thrown away. Thanks for the 25 cents, Hire Stupid. But yeah, Kappa of 19. It's the ranged dwarves are fucky, and they've been fucky for as long as I can remember, pretty much. So I don't know how long it's been since you last played Dwarf Fort, but if it's been like 2 months, Dwarf Fort doesn't change like that, right? It's like that's a concern and a problem. Like the finicky fiddliness, like they work. Bow dwarves work. Crossbow dwarves work. They just require fiddling to make them work the way that you would expect them to work. And they don't work the way that you would expect them to work. They've said that they're probably going to redo the AI eventually, but that's not something that's going to be fixed in the next, you know, reasonable amount of time, or whatever you consider reasonable. Quack Dart 2 has now been installed, or is now being installed. So it's like things in Dwarf Fortress tend to stay the way they are for very long periods of time. Will it get changed? I hope so. It'd be nice for them to be less fiddly, but they're not broken. They do work. You can, you know, use crossbow dwarves. They just require very specific circumstances to work. It's all right. Fair enough. It's just, I would feel bad just being like, no, and then just kind of leaving it at that. Because that is the closest to the truth there. It would just be, no, they haven't changed them. Because technically, I would say also they're not really broken. They're just fucky. It's sort of like how in certain RTS games, in order for certain units to have certain functions, they need to sit in a certain type of building. It's like, in order for crossbow dwarves to fire, they need to be behind a fortification with one wall next to them. They need to have quivers. They need to have bolts, and the bolts need to be accessible. They need to be in bins that are not mixed with different types of bolts. And then they need to have all that stuff equipped, and they need some training to actually hit things. So you need to set up training. You need to set up the training in the right way so that it doesn't break the bolts when they fire them, because they have a chance to break if they hit a wall. So once you get everything set up and make them function, they work just fine. The problem is people don't set them up the way the game wants them to, which is understandable because it's not a logical way that the game wants you to set it up. And then they go, okay, it's broken. It's like, well, no, they're just very fucky. Yeah, this isn't really a game for the lazy. This is a game for people who want to fiddle and figure things out. Which is something I really enjoy doing, fiddling and figuring things out. It's like fucking around and finding out minus the fucking. Or the consequences. Why am I building walls? That's supposed to be floors. I clicked the wrong button. Yeah, people keep asking me like if things have been fixed yet. It's like the game hasn't been patched since you bought the game, I don't think, in a lot of cases. Which is true. Like Dwarf Fortress just straight up hasn't received a patch since February 2nd. It was patched at least 3 times because there was a moment where there was at least there was at least 2 hot fixes. And this isn't a game that patches frequently. It's like, it's up there with this being the hardest game in the world, which I don't agree with. The memes are this game also takes forever to develop, which is not inaccurate. Because it's a game built on custom code from the early 2000s. Yeah, it's going to take a while to update. Because you can't, no nightly builds here. You got to redo the, you have to rewrite half of the game engine every time you want to patch it. Not totally accurate, but. Which, is bad for me. If they were faster about things, and if the game did get nightly builds, and if the game did patch multiple times a week and have beta branches constantly and all that, there'd probably be more than 180 people watching. So I wish that wasn't the case, but it's kind of the reality. Yeah, and as far as like tech is concerned, cap of 19, it's like 1,000 years have passed. It takes a lot of people to run an operation for a game like this. I mean, it only has 3, technically. Actively working on the game itself, anyway. There's a lot of bugs in the game that are just left for years. At a certain point, I won't bother fighting your game. You'll just stop playing. Yep. I agree. Like I said, I mean, there'd probably be more than 180 people watching right now if the game got nightly builds. Well, I think there's a review on Steam that really stood out to me. That started off with, when I started playing this game, I was shocked to see how simple it all is with its legendary status. As a programmer myself, I know it's very simple to make a lot of sprites move around on a screen, and I'm shocked that they didn't just simply do that. I think a lot of people just are dense. Sorry, but as a programmer myself, I know how easy it is to make sprites move around on a screen is a very amusing line to me. Ironically, it was a positive review, too, which is why I keep referencing it. Why I think it's so funny is because it was a positive review. Because half of it read like somebody was going to, like, rip the game a new one for questionable reasons. Do I have that review memorized? No, I've probably misquoted it the last 3 times. I just remember that one bit. As a programmer myself. I don't know if physics exams... I don't know how accurate Dwarf Fortress's physics are. I know, like, Newton's laws would be... Like, the laws of gravity would be fucked up. It's like the amount of impact damage and speed at which you hit is not depicted by the speed at which you come crashing to the ground based on gravity. It's based on the density of the material that you land on. I don't think there's anything in the laws of gravity about that. So, for certain things, definitely plausible that you could learn some things from, like, the way the real world works based on Dwarf Fortress, but for other things, I don't know about that. I don't know if I would necessarily, like, study for a physics degree. Maybe, like, high school physics, but even that. Welcome back, Lego Ink File. Yes, but there's a point that it doesn't matter what material you land on, it all becomes as hard as concrete. It levels out at a point, right? Drinking anything? Black coffee. I've been sipping on this. But I don't know. How many coffees? I think that's about 500 mils. Ish. Something like that. Pretty close to, because I drank a cup and a half. I think that's a 350 mil cup, so probably around 500 mils. Plus a liter of water. Oh yeah, no, okay, so geology, yes, I would agree with. But specifically physics, Dwarf Fortress's water physics are messy as hell, as an example. So I don't know. I wouldn't disagree with like basic geology. Like if we're talking, like there is like that legendary tale of the Dwarf Fortress player who passed high school geology because they were playing Dwarf Fortress a whole bunch and then they just went and took the test. There is that story of something that actually happened, but I don't know if that necessarily is something that I would base my entire possible like schooling on. Maybe in a pinch. I want them to do this side first so that we don't get any cave-ins. But I think like similar argument can be made for something like Astroneer, which also uses the actual mineral names and has pretty realistic mineral formations. I drink tea sometimes. Tea has different uses than coffee. Well, I mean, if you want ChatGPT to give you incorrect information, the best way to do that is to ask it about a game that has a wiki that spans many, many, many different versions of the game. Because it doesn't know where to source that information from. It's all sort. What, the story about the Dwarf Fortress player? Oh, it was just somebody on the forums like a decade ago or something who posted a comment thanking Zach and Tarn for helping them pass high school geology. It's one of those like community tales that's existed as long as I've played. That happened once, apparently. Or maybe like they wrote Zach and Tarn. I can't remember. But it was something like that. I choose not to mess with ChatGPT because I don't want to train it. Like, I don't know. That shit scares me so much that I try my damnedest to just ignore it. I read the news to keep up on what they're doing with it so that I don't feel uneducated, but man, I hate that stuff so much. The future is terrifying. So is the present? I don't get presents, so. All right, how come? It's boring, uninteresting, dull is the way I would describe ChatGPT. ChatGPT is fucking peak boring dystopia. I hate it. I hate it. Is it my birthday? Nope. No, my birthday's in June. And also, to be clear, I don't generally get presents on my birthday because I don't ask for anything. I think that you should stop training ChatGPT is what you should do, Smurf. And also, Smurf, go to sleep, please. Please take a break from my chat. Just go do something else for a few hours. I already timed you out once this evening for freaking me the hell out, and you're continuing to now. So, I value you as a member of this chat room. Don't make me ban you. Or time you out again. Some more migrants have arrived, which means I need to go back to making more bedrooms. All right. Running out of space around this spire to put bedrooms. That makes me kind of sad. Shoutouts to the dwarf who gets the bedroom right next to the gravestone. I think that when discussions like this happen around ChatGPT, you know what it makes me want to do, Ross Ames? Go find a very, very, very tall building and jump off. So I've requested this a couple of times when it comes to the discussion of ChatGPT in my chat. Can we not? I'm not joking when I say I genuinely hate it. People just kind of keep talking and they don't take me seriously when I say that, but genuinely, like, I would rather discuss anything else, right? And right now, the only thing that chat is making me want to do is just turn off the stream and call it a day. See, here's the thing. I would rather discuss politics and religion because those are things that I, A, understand, and B, have arguments against. I would rather talk about things that I actually have the ability to functionally fight back against. But I don't with that subject. I don't. Politics and religion are interesting, things that we can actually have an effect on. When every single billionaire in the world decides, hey, you know what would be a great idea? Let's eliminate our entire remaining workforces by fucking building predictive text models so that we don't need anybody to write a word ever. Let's fill the internet up so that it's harder and more expensive to actually get accurate information because the vast majority of it is filled up with AI-generated hogwash. Let's just actively make the world a worse place for everybody who fucking exists in it. For what? These fucking profit margins? You know, like theoretically, what AI would allow for people to do is for people to do less menial tasks, and then everybody stays employed and doesn't have to work as much. But no, the reality is everybody's just gonna get fucking fired. So I don't know. I fucking hate this subject. And I'm not even playing this shit up right now. This is just me being blunt. I fucking hate this subject. Stop fucking training their AI for free. At least charge them. God. Well, if working less is so... Okay, that's it, Smurfapax. Just stop it. Please, stop doing what you're doing. If working less is socialism, then I'm going to go be one with socialism and call it early today. You guys can say goodbye YouTube if you like. I'll be on tomorrow, normal time. I'm going to go cool my head. Go to bed early. Do what you do.